Check 1, 2, check, check. Good? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Oh, Tim's coming. 1 2. Left speaker. Left speaker. I didn't touch him. Is right louder?
I'm not sure. Worst comes to worst, it can also just get downloaded directly off of YouTube.
Yeah, but that's when the data wasn't so good. I've got a offline.
Left speaker.
Yeah. I've got
Left
an offline
speaker.
version, and I can combine the audio.
Volume wise, are they balanced? Okay. Yeah, this is a nicer speaker.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
This one's
I've never
a little dinky. Yeah.
seen this happen. It's weird as stuff at 98.
Across the front to start, and then
Good morning to those who are joining us online. Thank you so much for patiently waiting. We are just setting up and we will be starting shortly. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. If you would like to come and take your seat, we will begin our beautiful day in this morning's procession shortly. So if you could wrap up your beautiful conversation and come take a seat, we will have chanting shortly. So good.
又回小语。
那么就开始 ，OK。
然后结束后你就想包推的不大，然后就又再回头
，OK。结束
然后我又用引
包对的
磬一
不大，
次。
好，
我的引磬就是一次就是一个包了，我不要上下了，好这样太
好，
这样太，
然后再回过来，然后呢？
然后就
那我们就出发了。
就是 audience，然后我们就下去了。
下台之前你要包多少练？
对，就谢谢大家，然后我们就。
我们要怎么下去？对呀，
从这里了哦。
对呀，好 ，OK。
那我们待会就直接从这边这样进来也好。
哎，这样比较顺。对，我怕会。
对。
那我们
站这边。
对，是不是？
一样从这里。
我们从这里。
I just had ducked out early to
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Metta Convention. We invite you to please take your seats. We are about to start very, very soon. For those who are joining us online, thank you so much for patiently waiting. We will be starting very soon. Thank you. So shall we? Respect. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Dear respected Venerable Sangha and distinguished teachers, guests, supporters and friends, everyone coming from all over the world and also online, welcome or welcome back. If you were here yesterday, lovely to see you again. The organizers of our convention today are Metta Centre and Cloud Monastery. My name is Vanessa. I use they, she pronouns, and I've been a part of our Cloud community for about 2.5 years. And currently I serve as the communication steward on our caretaking committee. And it's my pleasure to be your MC today, along with the Metta Centre president, Tina Ng.
Thanks, Vanessa. Welcome back, everyone. Day 2. Day 1 was fantastic, wasn't it? What? Yes, absolutely. We had a full program yesterday, from the beautiful opening ceremony to the Dhamma talks, to the panel discussions, to the Bindabat, the breakout sessions as well, and also all of the conversations in between, meeting different people, building friendships, all within the Fourfold Sangha. It's just such a beautiful experience to be here with all of you, and such a rare opportunity to have this. And then we ended the evening with a wonderful evening program with Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi. And I was joking about how by that stage we had been on a Dhamma marathon for 12 hours. So glad to have this opportunity with all of you, and to have day 2 with beautiful weather and a beautiful Metta Convention USA. So now the program for today is posted up on the posts over here, and for those who are joining us online, you can also see the program on our website. There's a slight update, so make sure you check that for the updated program.
Okay, just to triple check on some housekeeping matters. If you were here yesterday, you will probably already know, but I'm just going to reiterate just in case that we have toilets. We have toilets in the back, also a toilet to your left. And if you would like water, it probably is going to be a bit hotter today than yesterday, so please keep hydrated. There's water to your right by the food dana tents. And in terms of parking, all street parking is available. Because it is Sunday, the church parking is not. So please make sure that your vehicle is on the street, and also not in the cul-de-sac here in the neighborhood as well. And we do also have a first aid tent that is also in the back to the right. And please do feel free to walk our grounds. The inside of the monastery is closed for the monastics and the volunteers, but we do actually invite you to visit our Empty Cloud stall, where you can see more brochures, more information. If you would also like to provide a donation, this event is completely free. So we really appreciate your generosity in supporting us and supporting our monastery.
So yesterday, monastics from the Theravada tradition, they led our opening ceremony. So today we would like to invite the monastics from the Mahayana tradition to lead the opening for our second day. And interestingly, actually the monastics, although they're all from the Mahayana tradition, they're from different traditions within that tradition. And they've spent so much time coming together in friendship, in generosity, to practice and present to you this and lead this traditional chanting. So our volunteers, they will be going around and distributing some chanting sheets. There are also QR codes. If you have access to a phone and internet, then you could also scan the QR code so that you can chant along. And for those who are joining us online, we have popped the link into the chat so you can also join with us as well. So we invite you all to join in the chanting of the Dai Bei Jiao, which is the Great Compassion Sutra, and also the Heart Sutra. So for those who are able and wish to, I invite you to please stand now, and let's invite the Venerables from the Mahayana tradition to lead the opening for our second day.
Bow to the Buddha.
Bow to the Buddha. Please be seated.
佛来舍耶无噜无噜摩来无噜无噜悉地所来所来悉地悉地苏噜苏噜菩提耶菩提耶菩陀耶菩陀耶弥悉尼耶那来谨墀悉地舍尼那婆耶摩来萨婆悉那耶萨婆摩悉多耶萨婆悉多于意识波那耶萨婆那来谨墀萨婆摩来那来萨婆悉那僧阿摩切耶萨婆萨婆摩悉多耶萨婆遮悉那悉多耶萨婆波多摩揭悉多耶萨婆那来谨墀摩揭罗耶萨婆摩婆利胜揭那耶萨婆那摩来那来多来耶耶那摩阿利耶波罗揭谛舍波那耶萨婆安悉莲度曼多拉巴多耶萨婆那摩来那来多来耶耶那摩阿利耶波罗揭谛舍波那耶菩提萨摩耶摩萨多摩耶摩迦卢尼迦耶安萨婆拉巴耶苏达他揭那摩悉尼摩依摩巴利耶波罗揭谛是波拉难多波南摩那来谨墀悉地波波罗萨灭萨婆阿那多苏婆阿是云萨婆萨婆南无婆萨多南无婆揭摩诃特多丹智那安摩婆卢悉卢迦帝迦罗帝悉利摩诃菩提萨婆萨婆萨婆摩来摩来摩悉摩悉利多云俱罗俱罗揭囊多罗多罗跋舍耶帝摩诃跋舍耶帝多来多来帝帝尼是波那耶则来则来摩摩发摩那摩帝利悉悉是那是那阿来僧波来舍利法萨法僧波来舍耶无漏无漏摩来无漏无漏悉地所来所来悉地悉地苏罗苏罗菩提耶菩提耶菩陀耶菩陀耶弥帝利耶那来谨墀帝利舍尼那婆耶摩那萨婆悉多耶萨婆摩悉多耶萨婆悉多于是波那耶萨婆那来谨墀萨婆摩来那来萨婆悉那僧阿婆揭耶萨婆萨婆摩悉多耶萨婆遮吉那悉多耶萨婆波多摩揭悉多耶萨婆来谨墀摩揭那耶萨婆摩婆利胜揭那耶萨婆南来多拉耶耶南无阿利耶波罗揭谛是波那耶萨婆安悉莲度曼多拉巴多耶萨婆南无来多拉耶耶南无阿利耶波罗揭谛是波那耶菩提萨埵婆耶摩萨摩耶摩迦卢尼迦耶安萨婆拉巴耶苏达那达揭南摩悉地利多 蒙阿利耶波罗揭谛释婆那兰陀婆南无那来谨墀悉利摩诃婆多萨美萨婆那都是婆摩师萨婆萨多南无婆萨多南无婆揭摩诃子多兰师那婆卢悉卢迦帝迦罗帝悉利摩诃菩提萨埵萨婆萨婆摩来摩来摩悉摩悉利多云俱卢俱卢揭摩陀罗陀罗法舍耶帝摩诃法舍耶帝多来帝帝利是婆那耶遮来摩摩法摩来摩帝利悉是那婆来僧婆来舍利法萨僧婆来舍耶婆罗摩来婆罗悉利娑来悉利娑罗菩提耶菩多耶弥帝利耶那来谨墀悉利舍利那婆耶摩来娑婆悉多耶娑婆悉多耶娑婆悉多于是婆那耶娑婆那来谨墀娑婆摩来那来娑婆悉达僧阿母揭耶娑婆摩诃悉多耶娑婆遮吉那悉多耶娑婆波多摩揭悉多耶娑婆那来谨墀所揭那耶娑婆摩诃利胜揭那耶娑婆南无多来耶南无阿利耶波罗揭谛释婆那耶娑婆安悉颠都难多那巴多耶萨婆波罗蜜多心经观自在菩萨行深般若波罗蜜多时，照见五蕴皆空，度一切苦厄离子色不异空，空不异色，色即是空，空即是色，受想行识亦复如是，舍利子，是诸法空相，不生不灭，不垢不净，不增不减，是故空中无生无受想行识，无眼耳鼻舌身意，无色声香味触法，无眼界，乃至无意识界，无明尽，乃至无老死亦无老死尽，无突寂灭道，无智亦无得，亦无所得故，菩提萨埵依般若波罗蜜多故，心无挂碍，无挂碍故，无有空，不愿离颠倒妄想，究竟涅槃，三世诸佛依般若波罗蜜多故，得阿耨多罗三藐三菩提，不知般若波罗蜜多是 是他神咒，是他明咒，是无上咒，是无等等咒，能除一切苦，真实不虚不说般若波罗蜜多咒，其说咒曰揭谛揭谛波罗僧谛波罗僧揭谛菩提。萨婆诃。
So we would like to dedicate today's chanting. Join palms. We prayed for the flourishing of Buddha Dhamma, for peace in the world, for the joy and contentment of all people, for the freedom and ease of body and mind. May sentient beings depart from suffering. May the vows of the donors be fulfilled.
สาธุสาธุ
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
โอเค
Bow to the Buddha.
ไม่เยอะค่ะทำให้ Thank you
Let me wipe my tears really quickly. So beautiful. What a precious opportunity to be able to witness so many different traditions and monastics this weekend, huh? All right. We will now enjoy a guided meditation by Venerable Nipiko to prepare for all of the beautiful Dharma that we're going to enjoy today. Venerable Nipiko is a resident monastic at Empty Cloud Monastery here in New Jersey. Having practiced Buddhism for 16 years, his spiritual path began during his teenage years within the Japanese Zen tradition. His practice underwent a profound transformation years later upon encountering the early discourses of the middle-length discourses of the Buddha. Driven by this shift toward early Buddhist scriptures, he formally entered monastic life in 2025. Anywhere you'd like.
Yeah, I'll turn it on.
Hello, everybody. The meditation I'm going to guide today is straight out of the suttas. Majjhima Nikaya 8, the Saleka Sutta, so fitting with my introduction of really appreciating the Majjhima Nikaya. Usually what I'll do with this one is I'll read one of the different statements that the Buddha gives to Chunda for practicing humility, 1 per minute, but I only have 25 minutes, so I'll be doing one every 30 seconds or so. Usually when I read these, I recommend that you sit and think, how can I practice these different qualities that are being recommended in a better way, and just sit and reflect on them. So as to not waste any time, I'll get started. And this particular translation is Bhante Sudaso's, if you like it. So you can either find it on Sutta Central or you can find it on his website. So after getting into a comfortable seated position, since most of you are in chairs, I do recommend that you don't lean back against the chair. and instead you have your feet directly on the ground, a straight spine, and that you really support your lower back. Because if you're leaning back against the chair, your lower back will almost certainly end up being sore. All right. Chunda, this is how you are to practice humility. Others will be cruel. We will not be cruel. This is how to practice humility. Others will kill. We will not kill. This is how to practice humility. Others will steal. We will not steal. This is how to practice humility. Others will live a non-spiritual life. We will live a spiritual life. This is how to practice humility. Others will lie. We will not lie. This is how to practice humility. Others will speak divisively. We will not speak divisively. This is how to practice humility. Others will speak harshly. We will not speak harshly. This is how to practice humility. Others will speak frivolously. We will not speak frivolously. This is how to practice humility. Others will covet. We will not covet. This is how to practice humility. Others will be aversive. We will not be aversive. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong view. We will have right view. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong attitude. We will have right attitude. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong speech. We will have right speech. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong action. We will have right action. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong livelihood. We will have right livelihood. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong effort. We will have right effort. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong mindfulness. We will have right mindfulness. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong concentration. We will have right concentration. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong knowledge. We will have right knowledge. This is how to practice humility. Others will have wrong liberation. We will have right liberation. This is how to practice humility. Others will be overcome by torpidity and dullness. We will be free of torpidity and dullness. This is how to practice humility. Others will be agitated. We will not be agitated. This is how to practice humility. Others will be skeptical. We will be beyond skepticism. This is how to practice humility. Others will be angry. We will not be angry. This is how to practice humility. Others will be resentful. We will not be resentful. This is how to practice humility. Others will denigrate. We will not denigrate. This is how to practice humility. Others will be malicious. We will not be malicious. This is how to practice humility. Others will be envious. We will not be envious. This is how to practice humility. Others will be stingy. We will not be stingy. This is how to practice humility. Others will be fraudulent. We will not be fraudulent. This is how to practice humility. Others will be deceitful. We will not be deceitful. This is how to practice humility. Others will be stubborn. We will not be stubborn. This is how to practice humility. Others will be conceited. We will not be conceited. This is how to practice humility. Others will be hard to speak to. We will be easy to speak to. This is how to practice humility. Others will have evil friends. We will have good friends. This is how to practice humility. Others will be negligent. We will not be negligent. This is how to practice humility. Others will lack faith. We will have faith. This is how to practice humility. Others will lack conscience. We will have conscience. This is how to practice humility. Others will lack consideration. We will have consideration. This is how to practice humility. Others will know little. We will know much. This is how to practice humility. Others will be lazy. We will be energetic. This is how to practice humility. Others will be absent minded. We will have firmly established mindfulness. This is how to practice humility. Others will be unwise. We will be consummate in wisdom. This is how to practice humility. Others will hold tightly to their opinions and relinquish them with difficulty. We will not hold tightly to our opinions, and we will relinquish them easily. This is how to practice humility. Thank you, everybody. I hope you liked the advice that the Buddha gave to Chunda. And if you did, I highly recommend you read the rest of the suttas. There's lots of little gems like this in there. And I sometimes hear that suttas aren't applicable to lay people, but I was reading them for years as a layperson. So don't be afraid. You can do it. And we're lucky to have so many different translations today, like Bhante Bodhi's, Bhante Sujato's, Bhante Sudaso has done quite a lot, Ayasoma. So take advantage of it. And thank you all for having me.
Thank you, Venerable Nipako, for guiding us in that peaceful meditation and such wise words from the Buddha. Now that our minds are calm, it's conducive to hear the Dhamma from one of the most respected monks of our time, born and bred right here in New York City. Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi holds a PhD in philosophy from Claremont Graduate School. Ordained in Sri Lanka in 1973, he served as editor and later president of the Buddhist Publication Society. He is the current president of the Buddhist Association of the United States. He is renowned for his English translations of the Pali Canon, including the Majjhima, Samyutta, and Anguttara Nikayas. He has authored numerous books, contributing significantly to the understanding of Theravada Buddhism in the English-speaking world. And there's more. In 2008, he co-founded the Buddhist Global Relief, a non-profit dedicated to international hunger relief and sustainable development. And there's brochures, flyers available at the Empty Cloud store, if you haven't checked out that store already, about the Buddhist Global Relief. So please join me in inviting Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi to speak on the path of peace.
No, I don't want orange juice. Is it ready to start? Testing 1, 2, 3. I'll try the Australian test. How's everybody doing, sweetie? Okay, so let me start with the homage to the Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the fully enlightened one. Okay, so the topic of my talk is a rather daunting one, the path to peace. And just this morning, I took a look at the news to see how I can relate my talk to some of the current developments. US launches new strikes to punish Iran after American troops are killed. Russia pounds Kiev for 5 hours in one of the biggest ballistic missile attacks. Israel threatens to seize ancient water reservoirs near Bethlehem. Iceberg lettuce recalled in 27 states. That's not so directly related to the question of peace. Okay. Is Tushri here today? You are. Yeah, last night, this is Tushri, who works at the Security Council of the United Nations. She made a very interesting suggestion that she would like to invite the members of the Security Council to take the 5 precepts. And that would include, of course, the precept not to take life, which would entail not to launch any wars. And certainly not to steal, which means not to misappropriate one country, to misappropriate the territory of others. And not to speak falsehood when countries throw out so much propaganda in order to justify their wars to their own population and on the international stage. And so if all countries would observe the 5 precepts, it would be such a beautiful transformation of the world. And in fact, there's a sutta which occurs in the Anguttara Nikaya where the Buddha speaks about the 5 precepts, each of the 5 precepts individually, as being a kind of gift to beings, that each of these 5 precepts is a gift, a form of giving, because when you take each of these precepts, you give immeasurable safety, security, and well-being to immeasurable number of living beings. So each of us, when we undertake the precept to abstain from taking life, then we give immeasurable safety and security to every other living being. At least take that first precept to abstain from killing other human beings. We just have to stop with that. Let's not think about mosquitoes, gnats, rats when they invade the household, cockroaches, but just abstain, take the precept to abstain from killing other human beings. When I take that precept, every other person can feel safe and secure in my presence. And what happens when you observe that precept, maybe this is a little bit of imaginative construction of my own. When you regularly observe this precept over a long time and sort of solidify it by the development of the qualities of loving kindness and compassion, then it generates a kind of positive spiritual force. So even if you are not preaching to others the value of protecting the lives of others, avoiding killing others, but other people sort of pick up on your, call this vibes, your vibrations, and get that sense of safety and security and well-being in your presence, that they don't have to fear. They have a feeling that they don't have to fear that their life is at risk or their physical well-being is at risk in your presence. It's the kind of ambience that spreads out from your being and gives that feeling of safety and security just to everybody else who comes into your range, into your presence. When you undertake the precept to abstain from stealing, from taking what is not given, again, the Buddha says you give immeasurable safety, security, and protection to countless other living beings. Because when you undertake that precept, it means that you're not going to misappropriate, to steal the possessions of others, so that nobody else has to feel insecure, worried, concerned that you are going to steal their possessions. So they can leave the doors of their rooms unlocked when you are in the house, because they don't have to fear that you're going to go into their room and steal the possessions. Though one has to be a little bit cautious about this. I remember years ago, there was an American monk who was in Sri Lanka, and he established that with the auspices of a Sri Lankan monk, a meditation center near Kandy. And he was boasting that we have such pure vibrations in our meditation center that we don't even have to lock our doors. We can all go about our activities and all of our possessions are safe and secure. And then a couple of weeks later, I came to visit him and the doors were locked. Why are you locking the doors? It didn't quite work out the way we expected. Okay, but in any case, when you take the precept and make it a habitual observance not to steal the possessions of others, then other people will feel that their possessions are secure in your presence. And that works the same with the other precepts. When you undertake the precept to abstain from sexual misconduct, other people don't have to worry that their partners are at risk, that you will try to exploit their partners in their absence. When you undertake the precept to abstain from false speech, other people can always trust your words. And this, again, is something that I believe builds up a kind of almost mystical force, mystical power, kind of supernormal power. When you make that strong commitment to speaking the truth, other people will naturally have trust and confidence in your word. Somehow your character gives the impression, even if people don't know you over a long period of time, but they get the feeling that you're a person of integrity, that you are trustworthy, and that they can believe whatever you say, and that they can place confidence in you and entrust you with their secrets without fear that you are going to turn their secrets against them and slander them, malign them, or spread gossip about them in order to harm them. So speaking the truth and making that strong commitment to truth builds up that strong moral force within yourself so that you become a inspiration to others, a source of trust and confidence in others, so that others place trust and confidence in you. And then when you observe the precept to abstain from the use of intoxicants, again, there's so much harm and damage occurs in this world, so much avoidable harm, damage, destruction, death, violence occurs through the use of intoxicants. First, we have the consequences that flow when a person uses, especially intoxicating drinks, liquor, wine, uses it in excessive amounts. And that leads to traffic accidents. It leads to violence in the home, broken families, lives that are shattered and ruined. I think somebody was to speak about, was it Kevin? Kevin, is he still here? Kevin Griffin. He was going to speak about the 12-step program for breaking addiction. He's written several books about breaking addiction. And I remember some years ago, there was a passage in the Sigalovada Sutta in which the Buddha speaks about the drawbacks, the dangers in the use of intoxicants. And some years ago, I looked at a website just to see what are the dangers in the use of intoxicants in contemporary studies. And pretty much the two lists closely corresponded, except that the contemporary list mentioned various types of physical damage that take place to the body as a result of using intoxicating substances. But we have broken homes, conflict, violence. And then on top of this, we have in the world today, through the use of through the addiction and the need for intoxicating substances, drugs, we have the drug trade spreading throughout the world, so that we have drug manufacturers manufacturing the raw materials for the drugs, exporting them to other countries where the raw materials are combined to create the drugs. Then we have drug trafficking, so that it becomes a multi-billion-dollar business, and the consequences is so much suffering, so many early deaths, probably in hundreds and thousands of people around the world dying through the use of drugs. And so it's so difficult to stop that trafficking in drugs, but when you take that precept to avoid the use of intoxicants, to abstain from intoxicants, again, you give immeasurable safety, security, and protection to countless beings, because they will be safe from any kind of damage or harm that you might inflict upon them by getting into an intoxicated state of mind yourself. And so in this way, when you undertake these 5 precepts, then you give immeasurable protection, safety, security, and well-being to countless beings throughout the world. So we might not be able to solve all of these problems, wars in Ukraine, Middle East, Iran, but if we observe the 5 precepts, then we become sort of sources of peace, sort of ambassadors of peace, missionaries of peace to the rest of the world. And that is an interesting question that comes up. I want to see how much time I have. 10 minutes. 15. Okay. This was a little controversial question that came up. I took a walk this morning with my friend Venerable Revata, or Changre Vasha. Okay. This is the question: does a country have a legitimate right to defend itself if it is in jeopardy of attack by another country? And I looked years ago, I was invited by one of the Buddhist magazines to write an essay on that topic, on the question of war and peace from a Buddhist perspective. And the question came to my mind whether there are any passages in the suttas that deal with the issue of what is a country to do when it's under an imminent attack from another country. Does it have the right, legitimate right to defend itself? And I couldn't find any passage dealing with that issue. We all know the story about where the Kolians and the Sakyans were about to go to war over the waters of the river Rohini, and then the Buddha comes onto the battlefield and brings the two sides together and reconciles them. But that was a different issue. But this is the issue where, suppose we're back, we'll take always the paradigm case. Maybe 1940, Nazi Germany is massing its troops on the borders of France or the borders of the Netherlands, about to launch an attack, or what's it called? Intelligence has been obtained that Nazi Germany is about to launch an aerial attack against Great Britain. Do these countries have a legitimate right to defend themselves? And I argued that they do have a right, that there are certain circumstances in which a country, from an ethical point of view, has the right and the duty to defend itself. When I published that essay, I came under a lot of attack, sometimes very virulent attack from some of my fellow Buddhists. But I believe that in terms of international law, that is the case. And I looked at let me see if I could find it. Now I can't find it, but it's the provisions made by the United Nations that there are certain conditions under which a country does have the right to defend itself. That is when a country is aware that an attack is imminent. It doesn't have the right to launch a preemptive attack when it suspects that it might be attacked by another country. But when it knows that other forces are being aligned against that country and that an attack is imminent, then it can fight in order to defend itself. But it has to ensure that it tries to resolve the conflict at the United Nations before launching the attack. And when it does launch the attack, it has to try to inflict minimal damage and damage to the greatest extent possible only upon military targets and fighting forces, not to attack civilian targets or civilian infrastructure. And so this is a sort of controversial issue, but I will stand firmly on that position. And I used, in defending myself, a counter argument to show that there are some special conditions under which even killing can be justified. And I have to explain this. It's a very sad situation, but we have these cases too often in the United States. Some guy has been scolded by his parents, or his girlfriend has jilted him, or he's met a lot of personal frustration, can't get a job, and he's angry and frustrated. And so easy to get guns in this country. So he gets his gun, he goes to the squad or to a shopping mall and starts to release his anger by shooting the people in the shopping mall or the little elementary school students. Then the policeman, people call the police come on the scene. what are the police to do? Are they to go up to him and say, please, sir, please stop shooting? We don't really like you to be shooting. The police will not be able to do that. The killer will just go on shooting the children, shooting the shoppers, or shooting the police. And so these are very special conditions. So we have to be very, very sort of discerning in the way we understand these moral, we call these moral dilemmas. So this is the nature of the world where often there's conflict of ethical principles. And when there's a conflict between the principle of not taking life, which we call this prima facie obligation. Under normal conditions, you don't take life, but there are certain special conditions, and this is not a general license to approve of taking life, but there are these moral dilemmas where the shooter comes on the scene and the police has to take the action in order to eliminate the shooter, to protect the ordinary civilians. Okay, I wanted to leave some time for questions. And if people formulate their questions, please do so clearly, simply, and directly. Otherwise, I will expose you to the Australian treatment.
And if you have a question.
Maybe Tushar wants to contribute some.
Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi, thank you so much for this amazing talk this morning. My question is actually about the proportionality that we spoke in international law.
Yeah,
spoke
actually,
about.
that's the key term, proportionality.
Yes. Where does that come in Buddhism?
Where does that?
Buddhism. How is the concept of proportionality? Like, it's really, I mean, killing is justified in terms of international law. Like, we don't drop bombs in a school or in a, but we target, and that is justified within the international law. But is there anywhere that I can find that in Buddhism? Because
there's no past. This is where I came under attack when we had this debate. That there's no passage anywhere in the Buddhist texts, or let's say the early Buddhist texts, in which the Buddha provides justifiable grounds even for a defensive war. The stipulation is always to avoid killing. But there's no passage in the text where, say, the king comes to the Buddha and says that the neighboring king has been attacking my kingdom. What am I to do? I have to protect and defend my citizens. We just don't find passages like that. And I just wonder, is it possible that situations like that never developed during the Buddha's life? And perhaps just to keep the teaching completely clear and consistent, those kinds of situations where moral dilemmas arose just don't appear within the early texts. I believe there are Mahayana sutras which address those questions, in which maybe Venerable Changre, I think he suggested a text to me this morning. You didn't? Did Venerable Changre, did you want to clear up anything about that? What you told me this morning?
Yes, I just quoted Venerable Yin Sun's writing. He mentioned that in Chinese text, Sheng Jing, Sheng is living, 生活的生 in this sutra, that a soldier, a major, is going to the how to say that, he's going to the battlefield, because before he went to the battlefield, he comes to the Buddha and asks some suggestions. And the Buddha said, you are right. You are protecting your country. You are right. You have the obligation to fight the fight. That is what I learned from Venerable Insun's writing.
Okay, but I should tell you my other fantasy, too. This would be my fantasy. The United States delegation to the UN gets up one day and announces to the whole world, we believe that humankind has reached a point where war is no longer a means of settling conflicts and disagreement. And so to the rest of the world, we announce that we are starting immediately on a policy of complete disarmament. We're not going to be negotiating disarmament. We're not going to be entering into deliberations over disarmament, but we are starting immediately to disband our entire military force, to destroy our entire stock of weapons, beginning with the nuclear weapons, dismantling all of those, and over the next 10 years, we'll completely eliminate all of our weapons, all of our military, and we invite the rest of the world to join us. We believe humanity has reached that point where we have to eliminate war utterly and completely, and use all of those trillions of dollars that are invested in weapon systems, surveillance, military research, supporting military troops, to transform the world's economic system, promote the economic development of every country, transition entirely from fossil fuel systems, which are needed to power militaries, to clean energy systems. Do you think Putin is going to say, now we can take our advantage of the US? Xi Jinping will say, no. Well, actually, I don't think China really wants military domination over the United States. Just economic domination. So I think sort of my prayer and hope would be every country would also join the US in disarming. Okay, was there another question or comment?
Thank you, Bhante. Oh, it's neat.
Yeah, I can't see where the head.
Oh,
okay,
over here,
okay.
Bhante. Thank you. I've thought about this as well, and it strikes me that there's interesting places in the suttas where the Buddha does kind of leave, he doesn't speak to as directly. For example, the definition of right livelihood is somewhat vague in some ways, but there's almost a clarity around right action and right speech and right intention that it seems like you're supposed to walk into those realms of complexity with these other landmarks that he gives you that are personal and clear. And similarly, I feel unequipped to speak to the whole political situation, but what I've appreciated about that first precept as a personal protection is that these dilemmas almost never come up in exactly that way. Almost if there's a clarity around not killing, when situation arises on a personal level, like I see, I think that the landscape is much more clear for a practitioner wanting to protect their own karma and path. And, you either don't become a police officer, or maybe if it comes down to it, you shoot the person in the leg, but So I suppose I just wanted to ask about that, distinguishing the realm. I mean, there are, where the first precept seems essential and much clearer when we apply it to our own lives as practitioners, whereas you're right, the hypothetical moral dilemmas that emerge in the political stage are another picture, or at least they're harder to speak to. Do you have any comments, Bhante?
Of course, they're generally much clearer in our personal lives, but sometimes there are some situations where you also come into some of these little dilemmas, not in the sense that we, as Buddhist practitioners, are in a situation where we might have to, actually, it's possible that somebody can be in a situation where, sorry to say, where they might have to, in extreme situation, kill, just say, okay, a mad person has come into the, well, a Buddhist practitioner won't have a gun. Maybe that example won't work so well, but I'll give you an example, not as drastic as taking a human life, but a situation that we used to find in Sri Lanka with having a library and a hermitage in a forest, that we would get periodic attacks from the white ants, the termites. So sometimes you go to the library, take out a book, and when you pull the book off the bookcase, the pages just disintegrate and dust falls out, and there's a bunch of these white ants eating the paper. And what I found interestingly, actually, in the little library that we had in the forest hermitage, that the termites had a certain predilection for for the books on the Abhidharma. I think this is because the books that I'm thinking of were printed either in Sri Lanka or in Burma, so that they didn't use chemically treated paper. But I heard the termites speaking to each other saying, the stuff is very profound, but the ideas are a bit difficult to digest. But anyway, so this was the dilemma that we faced. We have to protect these. We sacrifice the library, or what we would do, we didn't want to kill the termites directly. So what we would do is sweep the area and then spray it first with kerosene, because the termites don't like the kerosene. So when they get the smell of the kerosene, then they will retreat into their tunnels. But then, to ensure that they don't come back, then we would spray it with a stronger poison, which would keep the area safe for about 3 or 4 months. But inevitably, some termites, I'm sure, would die. But this was our choice, is to either give up the library or sacrifice some termites. But we made the effort not to spray directly on the termites, but to rest content with the inference that some termites still in the tunnels will pick up the poison and die. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bhante. My question is, it seems that we often, in our situations, we want to look to the early texts to find a solid piece of citation or evidence that informs our decisions. But obviously, as we have seen, that sometimes that's not possible. So I was wondering, what is the right balance of finding hard citational evidence and also the gaps, and honoring the space that we don't know, but we can surmise or find context from, that we can integrate into our practice?
Yeah, this is where I think we could use the text to, what I would say, to draw out the spirit, the ethical spirit that underlies the pronouncements, and sort of the clear, direct, unequivocal pronouncements are intended to give as concrete expression as possible to that spirit but we shouldn't think that the spirit is entirely exhausted by the clear, direct, unequivocal pronouncements. And so we have to see the spirit and then use the spirit, which I would say under the basic spirit under these 5 precepts will be compassion, honesty, faithfulness, truthfulness, and of course the 5th precept, sobriety. So use those as the guidelines for ethical reflection. And then we meet situations in which there are tensions between the ethical principles involved, uncertainties, ambiguities. So we have to use moral reflection guided by the pronouncements of the texts, but not taking them as sort of absolute categorical imperatives without any scope for ambiguity which has to be resolved through our own personal reflection, drawing upon the spirit of the text, the principles that underlie the pronouncements.
Thank you.
And also we have to be certain, or at least clear about our own motivations, that we're not using that flexibility in order to justify dishonorable motives that we might have, or questionable motives, to sort of as a pretext for indulging our own predilections.
Thank you so much, Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi. That was such an interesting session, and I'm sure there are more questions that people wish to ask. And just because we are a little over time and we do have the next session, which has been the Bhat, but later today we do have a panel discussion and Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi will be part of it, and we will have opportunities to take further questions if you have any. So thank you so much, Venerable. That was very insightful, and I look forward to further discussion with you later this afternoon. And we sadhu.
Okay. I hope it didn't stir up too much controversy.
Oh, it definitely did. This will be all online. But this is the things that we need to discuss about. Yeah, it's really, really important. Yes, thank you. And I wish to also invite Manal. Are you around? Yes. And representing Empty Cloud, presenting Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi with the speaker's gift.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Venerable. And I hope you all have been enjoying this morning. It's been really special hearing about peace and bringing people together. Now, one thing that we're going to now engage in is something that always brings people together, which is food. So we now invite you all to participate in a traditional alms offering to the monastic sangha, and followed by a lunch break before we return back here at 12:15 for the continuation of the program. And so just some directions for the Venerable Sangha. We invite you to the main hall and through the front door. And for the lay friends, we will be inviting you to line up here. It's a really beautiful day. We're going to take some excellent shots because we actually have a drone. So we're going to fly our drone up and we're going to have that really beautiful scene that we can keep for memory. For that, I ask that all the lay friends, if you can please make sure you're out in the open so we can take you, and not under any trees or canopies. And then following the offering of alms, we will invite all of you to join us in the main hall for blessing, and then follow that with lunch. And so again, back here at 12:15. So thank you all, and I'll see you real soon. Sadhu.
Everything here is always provided free of charge. So if you would like to nourish your own generosity and honor the reciprocity of the Buddha Dharma, please feel free to come by and take a look to the back of the main tent. For our online friends, you can also go to emptycloud.org and give through the website there. We appreciate each and every one of you and your generosity. Thanks for being here.
Is this now? Tell me when it's live. Okay. You can turn off the video.
Can you turn your
Yes.
yes. So my sheets.
Ready for another day. Aw. Aw. Would you like to take it? Enjoy. Thank you so much. Beautiful vines here. Photographer. It's okay. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for offering food, everyone. Sadhu, sadhu. Thank you, everyone, for being here at beautiful empty Cloud Monastery. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Mary Joy. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you, Ming Kwan. Yeah, we didn't. Two. Sawadee-ka. The cat. And we also have a drone as well. So, yeah, everyone, enjoy your time. Take a blessing. After this, we will be going inside for the blessing. Because there's so many people today, which is amazing. We just ask everyone to squeeze in so we can have maximum capacity inside. After the blessing, we'll invite everyone to please leave by this door and then take your lunch and enjoy your lunch out in the beautiful sunshine day. Remember, after we go into the blessing, please do not return back into the monastery as this particular space is used for the monastics for the duration. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful time. Oh, and don't forget to check out the Empty Cloud stall over there as well and during your lunch break. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. What have you got for the Venerable? Thank you so much. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Budaya, Namo 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 Budaya. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo 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 Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo 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 Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo 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 Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo 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 Buddhaya,
Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Buddhaya. Namo 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 Buddhaya.
Namo Buddhaya.
Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya.
Namo
Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. 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 Namo Buddhaya. Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. 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 Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Buddhaya, Buddhaya. Namo Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, 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 Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo 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 Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Buddhaya, Namo. Please be careful of the wire. Namo Buddhaya, 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 Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. These are venerables from Thailand. Thank you for being here, venerables. These, these are Mahayana venerables. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all the servers and for bringing all the food. Thank you for all the wonderful offering. Thank you. Thank you to all our volunteers. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the food offering. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, wonderful curry. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be like pouring and then I get the markers and stuff like get it out. What is? I think bread pudding. I believe. Yes. It's a sticky rice with banana inside. Sorry.
You like to offer? Sorry.
Yeah, please, yeah.
You like it again?
Oh, you know, I'm on here. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, because oh, yeah, I know too much. No, move little. Yeah, you here behind. I want this. What to do? Oh my God, no place. No place. Oh, not that. Yeah, yeah. Because organic then. Please, yeah. Too long. Okay. Thank you. I offer you one. Thank you, Bente. Andy, can I offer you one cherry? Thank you. Have a great meal. Pikuni. Pikuni, can I offer you one cherry? Thank you for accepting my offer. Many blessings to you. Great health. Thank you. This is a brownie, looks like. Would you like one? Yes or no? Okay. Ayasoma, may I offer you one cherry? I'm live. Thank you for accepting my offer. Thank you. Many blessings and great health to you.
Know each other better.
Bringing into your hearts the happiness and the merit that comes from today's activities, listening to the Dhamma, practicing meditation, bringing generosity, offering our respect to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. All of these merits bring happiness, and then bring to mind whatever beings in the world, those alive and those that pass away, who should share in the merits of this day, putting all of those thoughts in your mind.
Not fun, not for pleasure, not for adornment, not for beauty, only for the nourishment and health of this body. Eliminate all unpleasant feelings.
Perfect. To go now to receive their food, and right after that, everybody else will receive their food.
Hello, 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 hello. Test, test, test. Hello, hello. Is that hello? Hello?
Yeah, no, that's okay.
因为他们 delay 了，我说没关系，如果巴士动很坐一下下，运动一下就可以。
不用，这样可以腰部运动啊。
头部也可以啊。
I reckon he's probably got a plug for the speaker and it's not on.
Hi, everybody. If you heard the bell, we're about to begin. If anyone, and I've heard word that there's a car parked in the cul-de-sac, particularly on the far side, which is over there. If you park there, the fire department needs to be able to turn a truck around in that area. So if you could please move your car, that would be great. Okay, a little louder. Okay. If you're parked in the cul-de-sac, the fire department needs to be able to turn around. Would you kindly move your vehicle if you've parked there? I'm going to go take a look and get the license plate, but so I can come with that. But if you have, now's the time to move before the program begins. And thank you for being here. Turning it on, you got to remember.
结果我看了一下之后，发现是吓了一跳，就快回来了。他也没有开始没有开车，所以也出去不了。
Hi, yes.
So, is the schedule still me will
Yes.
be the movement? So
Changzai, Venerable
yes.
Changzai, yes. Mindful movement, yes.
Okay. So actually,
Venerable Changzai will be leading us in a movement meditation based on the training used in the Dhamma drum lineage. Venerable Changzai will lead us in this powerful meditation. You may remember she led us yesterday in the forgiveness meditation. And so today we have this mindful movement meditation. Thank you so much, Venerable.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have good lunch. So now, please, everyone, please stand up. We'll do some of the, we call it the movie meditations. Yeah, I will choose some of the phone that you don't actually need that much space, so you should be fine, but can be spread out a little bit. Okay. And then, but before we begin, then you can join your palms. And you can bring your attention in front of your nostril and feel your whole body relax. And you can feel your whole body weight sink down to the bottom on your feet. So you feel standing on the ground with your whole body relaxed. And also relax your mind. Full of your breathing. Okay, now you can slowly step out your feet, shoulder width apart to feet parallel. Bring your arms down at side. Relax and slowly tilt your head to your left. Bring your ear as close to the shoulder as you can. You feel the stretching sensation of your neck and also relax your shoulders, your arms. Then slowly bring your head to the right, where the movement of your head moving. Relax. And slowly to the left again. You're aware of your movement, aware of your whole body. And slowly to the right again. Simply bring your whole body and mind together in this moment. Then slowly bring your head back to the center. Then slowly tilt down your head. Bring your chin as close to the chest as you can. Relax the back of your neck down to your shoulders and your whole back. Then slowly bring your head backwards and bring the chin as high as you can. Release all the tensions in your body. Bring the head down again. Relax. Bring it to the back. And now slowly bring your head back to the center. Palms together, feet together. Next, feet shoulder width apart again. And place your palms on your hip and fingers downwards. And then we slowly rotate your hip in the circular motion. You can do it slower, even slower. Yeah, very mindful about the rotation of your hip. Even aware of very subtle sensations of stretching and relaxation around your hip. And to relax and relax. You're aware of your whole body, aware of the relaxations. Simply be in this moment with your whole body together. Then we can reverse direction. You're aware of the movement of your rotations with your clarity of the mind. You can even extend this awareness to the whole environment. You feel the breeze, hear the sound in the environment, but your mind stays settled and unmoved, only with clarity. Now we slowly come back to the upright positions with your palms together and feet together. Okay, the next one, feet shoulder width apart. And you can interlock your fingers and stretch out your arm to the front. Stretch as far as you can, and you can bend your head down in between your arms. And feel the stretching of your arm and your back. And then slowly open up your arms. And then place your arm, stretch it to the back and place your palms on your hip. And bend your body to the back. And feel the stretching. Now slowly come back. And join palms. And we do it one more time. Stretch to the front. Even though we are stretching, try to relax at the same time. Now place your palms on your hip. And then stretch to the back. And now slowly come back with your palms together and feet together. You can feel your whole body and breath. Simply just be in this moment. And now slowly bow. Okay, I hope with this stretching you can relax your whole body and mind and so awake yourself, because very easy we fall to drowsiness after a very full lunch. 阿弥陀佛。
We are now going to have Mono present a little gift to Venerable Chanzai. Yes, please applaud. Yes. I hope everyone had a great lunch, had a great movement, feeling both full and awake. Just a tiny bit of housekeeping. Since it's not as rainy today, I know we've kind of been walking through the park and also in the grass, just letting everyone know that we do have ticks in this area. So if you want tick spray, and bug spray. We also have it at the first aid tent, but please do be mindful throughout the day and check for ticks just in case. There are also some vehicles in the cul-de-sac on our neighbor street. So please, if you parked in the cul-de-sac, we ask that you please move your vehicle to the street. If your driver's license is Y18 NWR, Y18 NWR, a black vehicle. Also, NEUNG 99, please move your vehicle. As well as a main license plate, A809N as in Nancy. Those three, if those are your cars, please, we ask that you respect our neighbors so that they can leave the street to leave their houses. We also have tick keys if you do get bit by a tick. Again, first aid tent, please. Do not underestimate the power of the tick to attach itself to you. It is possible. It's happened before. So we will now be enjoying our first panel of the day, titled Living a Harmless Life by Venerable Nisabo and Venerable Tejasi. Ajahn Nisabo is a fully ordained monastic in the Theravada Thai forest tradition of Ajahn Chah. He was born in California, raised in Washington State, then ordained and trained as a Buddhist monk at Wat Marp Jan in central Thailand, and under the guidance of the highly renowned Venerable Ajahn Anan Akinchano. He spent many years training at various Buddhist monasteries across the globe before founding the Kholed Clear Mountain Monastery project near Seattle, Washington. And Venerable Tejasi has been a monastic for 10 years, starting with a 6-year apprenticeship in the Ajahn Chah tradition, moving forward to join a heart-centered monastic community. He spent 4 years under the close guidance of his spiritual teacher in this life. Today, he serves as the spiritual guide of Heart Path and is the co-founder of La Gracia Retreat Center. Let's invite them with a warm applause.
Checking. I guess we don't have anyone questioning us, actually. No, let me start with you, Tende Lucy. Would you share your thoughts on living a harmless life and the precepts?
Yeah, I felt the Bodhi this morning shared something very potent and beautiful about when we commit ourselves to the 5 precepts, when we really root our being, our behavior in the 5 precepts. Like, just feel into that, what the Buddha said about this immeasurable gift to all beings. Like all beings in front of you, all beings behind, to the left, to the right, above and below. When we commit and root our being and behavior in this commitment not to kill, not to steal. It's like people can feel a sense of ease. And there's also a sense of ease and relief that we can feel in our heart when we connect to that gift, connect to that commitment. So this fostering of a more peaceful world, I really feel this gift is a really beautiful way to connect with the recollection of virtue that the Buddha highly recommended. And when we recollect our own virtue, it's meant to give rise to a sense of joy. Recollection of virtue, when you feel that quality of goodness, that quality of wholesomeness within your own heart, there's a sense of joy, a sense of gladness, a sense of light, buoyancy that can start to rise forth. And also towards living a harmless life. Majjhima Nikaya 61, where the Buddha was speaking to his son Rahula, and he says that all beings who have purified their karma in the past, all beings who have purified their karma in the future, and all beings who are currently purifying their karma, they've all done it through repeated reflection. And this practice that the Buddha emphasized of this repeated reflection, repeated reflecting, is this development of sensitivity towards if one's bodily, verbal, or mental actions cause affliction or harm internally, externally, or to both. And when we really give also an emphasis to that, after making that commitment and rooting in virtue, getting that connection to the goodness within your being, and then adding on to that this practice of repeatedly reflecting, developing this sensitivity to when we are acting, when we are engaging, if that is causing any affliction within or without, any harm within or without, when we really get into that, we start to develop this sensitivity. Sensitivity. It's like the game Operation, with the buzzer, and you have to take the bones out of the guy. So you kind of go, and then you accidentally touch the side of it, and his red nose kind of turns red, and it's like a buzz. So too, as we're going through our days, going through our lives, there's many buzzes, many, for those who are emphasizing this repeated reflection, developing this sensitivity. And the issue is, due to kilesa, due to defilements, our little pliers are a bit rusty, a bit dirty. So it's kind of like we don't really feel that much. There's kind of a numbness on our heart, on our being. So it's kind of like, or if one got frostbite, it's kind of like a black hand, and if you touch a fire, you're like, I don't really feel that. It doesn't feel so. What's wrong with fire? It's not very painful. But it's because of the numbness or the blackness due to being a bit frozen, being out in the cold for a bit too long. So this repeated reflection, getting this interest and emphasis on what's my time right now? Okay. Getting this interest and emphasis on just starting to feel. Like, was that really wholesome? Did that bring like nutriment to my being, or did that give affliction and harm? It's quite profound. And if we all actually got into this repeated reflection, got into this development of sensitivity, it's like you can't cause harm. It's like when you get more and more sensitive, when you get more and more that purity of metal, that if you touch the side of the operation table, it buzzes and shocks. And the alarm, the red nose just goes off so bright, so strong. It's just like literally impossible. It becomes literally more and more impossible to cause affliction, to cause harm. So, sincere gratitude. Nisaba, question back to you. We have the same question. Sade.
I'd like to ask permission of the Sangha to speak. Express gratitude for being here, those who have given their time to, I really feel like we're stepping into family more and more. And this kind of Sangha of North America and beyond feels very precious and just growing and contagious. And I just began to develop a relationship a few years ago when he visited Seattle for the first time. So very grateful for the Kali Nimitta Venerable. I'm also grateful someone reminded me about the board game Operation after about 20 years. So I think most people might intuit where a talk about the precepts and harmlessness might go. The Buddha framed the 5 precepts as Mahadana, great gifts, as Bhikkhu Bodhi, our venerable teacher, mentioned this morning. And one of the phrases that stuck with me for so long from the suttas, one of those phrases that echoes, is one becomes sensitive to the pleasure of being blameless. One becomes sensitive to the pleasure of being blameless. And that nourishment that Tejas is speaking about, and that sort of deeper resonance, I think what we sometimes forget is for a note to resonate, though, the resonating body of the instrument has to be carefully maintained, and the body of the Stradivarius or violin or instrument empty and kept spacious. I think this is the need, how essential it is to keep a daily meditation practice. 20 minutes a day as practitioners is basic hygiene. You wouldn't go out into the world without brushing your teeth. Well, you might, but it's a bad idea. How much more so keeping the mind clean? In the Digha Nikaya, the Buddha says, virtue and wisdom wash each other like 2 hands. Sometimes the Dharma comes to us as a lion. Much more often, it's the sense of us following a deer through the woods. It's quiet. In the words of the Bible, that still small voice. And if you don't have 20 minutes a day of silence or longer, then you can't hear it beckoning. And you can't see when the nose of the guy has lit up red. What I'd like to also say, though, is some of the precepts which maybe people haven't thought of as much, the vata, duties. Many of you know the 5 and the 8. But there's some really profound instructions the Buddha gave to the monastic Sangha on particular precepts. One I want to hold up is there's conditions that we're supposed to fulfill before we admonish or give feedback. There's a bunch of different lists. There's actually about 15 or so if you include the commentarial. But I would like to hold up just two. And that's that as monastics, before we give feedback, we're required to ask permission and receive permission, and to speak from a mind of loving kindness. Also, it should be at the right time, truthful, and so on. But just those first two. So often, the slightest splinter of contempt or annoyance will make its way into admonishment or feedback, especially towards those who are closest to. And having that firewall there in a relationship of, if there's even that hint of anger, waiting. Hint of annoyance, wait. And often all it takes is 10 or 15 minutes and you can speak from a place of loving kindness. I do know a monk, or at least of non-ill will. I do know a monk that had to wait a whole year before that condition was fulfilled. But if you can hold that in a life, it will change everything. It's one of the most powerful practices I know of. Never speaking from anger. If you need to take a break, say as much. Give me 10 minutes. I'm activated right now. I'll come back. The other vata, duty, the Buddha gave us as monastics is this bi-weekly recitation of our rule, of our commitment. And confession, opening, avikaroti. The term confession carries baggage in this Judeo-Christian culture. But what the Buddha said was it's opening. It's just opening yourself to someone you trust or care for. And if you have a confession partner, at Clear Mountain we do this. We have a formula where every 2 weeks our upasakas, one who's taken refuge, finds a Kali Nimitta, spiritual friend. And just open yourself. Here's where I think I could have been a little better. Here's where my commitments failed. And the other person says, do you see? You say, I see. Will you try to be restrained in the future? I will be restrained in the future. It's that simple. They don't have to excuse. They don't have to justify. Do you see? Will you be restrained? And then you recommit to those same intentions. And this is so key because we have a conceit's made its way into secular Buddhism as the pendulum swung away from the ritualistic heritage which our Christianity more brought us. How many more minutes do I have personally, by the way? It can be 0. Okay, I will not take all those seconds. Thank you. But by divorcing ourselves, someone said, ritual is to time what home is to space. And the conceit of the Enlightenment was that if you get rid of these religious beliefs, people would become completely reasonable and logical. And Dostoevsky and Nietzsche's insight was that if you take away all the spiritual structures people have had, they will become so insane so quickly it boggles the mind. Ideologies are crippled religions. They limp along. But I feel it's interesting. We went to Seattle, which is statistically the most secular city in the US, and did not know how it would go. And the younger generation is interested again in these spiritual structures. And the Buddha gave us one that is palatable, that is pragmatic, that is praxis. And by taking on those structures, whether it be ritual, embodiment, these vata, these duties, both of behavior and these, say, bi-weekly confessions, 8 precepts once a week, your uposatha day, where you really focus on practice, a shrine in your house. These are all duties in a sense. And if we hold those, then by giving the heart and mind a structure enough to hold suffering and metabolize it in terms of the Four Noble Truths, we inoculate ourselves against the worst excesses of the culture wars. We don't have to wade into that swamp. We can stand firm in the Buddhist teaching. And for most of us, right and wrong aren't as relevant of words anymore. Most of us do what is right generally as practitioners. But beautiful and unbeautiful, those are relevant words. Trivial and non-trivial, those are relevant words. So leaving everyone with a question now of what is your duty, your vata, to the Buddha? What is a life worthy of your death? And what would it mean when your head is above water right now at a conference, when that note resonates out amongst all those here? What would it mean to determine from this space, what would it mean to live a life worthy of your death? And just make those determinations now. Once a month, I will visit Empty Cloud. You know, I will meditate 20 hours. Sure, 20 hours. Sorry, is that a commitment? 20 minutes a day. 1 day a week, can I take an uposatha time? Can I confess to my loved one when I'm not being skillful? Can I hold those conditions for admonishment as best I am able? While your head is above water before you walk back into the static and neon, make those determinations. Rabindranath Tagore said, I dreamt that life was a joy. I woke and found that life was duty. I acted and behold, that duty was a joy. So, yeah, sadhu. Not sure how much that was actually relevant to the topic, but I feel somehow it was fun to talk about. Tejasvi, would you have anything about that to say, or we can open to general questions?
Yeah, I just really resonated when you talked about confession as this like opening, and I think it's really relevant for also this repeated reflection, confession. It's like how much are we willing to be like to open up to the truth, to open up with. Actually, as a nun put it that I was speaking with a few days ago, like open up with radical honesty to our actions, to our karma. And it's just like this opening up just leads to this like beauty, this gold within us. So gratitude for sharing.
One thing came up when you're speaking about this as well is this sense of right speech goes deeper. You know, gossip is the great Achilles heel. It really is. And even if you come to the point where you don't personally gossip, but you know, sometimes a question comes up about someone else, and then you let the other person talk. And you didn't create any bad karma, but you got all the goods. I know I've fallen into that. And really notice that the Buddha said, delighting in harmony, speech that reconciles. And if you can take this on, like, not only will I not gossip, and even, you know, there's someone in this audience now, a monastic I know, who's taken on the vow of not talking about, as best she can, not talking about others when they aren't there. Really consider this seriously as practitioners. What would it mean to hold a general ethos of that? Sometimes you do need to speak about someone who's not there, but can you frame it? I don't usually talk about others when they're not present, but I need to say this one thing, it's relevant. But yeah, just noticing even in monastic communities, gossip really can be the problem. And if you have a friend who's the gossip and that's how they connect with you, just kind of a skillful means is telling them like, I'm really trying not to gossip right now. Would you tell me if I'm falling into that? Would you kind of call me on it? And really it's them that's gossiping, but they'll get the message. It's kind of a roundabout way of holding you accountable and them too. And then if you have someone who just does it a lot, pulling back from them, if you can, it is, it's okay to make some distance. Yeah. We have time for some questions and responses. Maybe we do. We don't have time for questions and responses. Well, it was really nice, Kate, to see. Can I get any commitments for 20 minutes of meditation a day? Hands in the air, going once, going twice. All right. Can I get a commitment to try to hold those conditions of admonishment? Going once, going twice. All right, good. 20 hours of meditation a day from Bhikkhu Buddy. Oh my God, Zen, be careful. It's not it. Thank you. We're very grateful to be here.
Where they were doing 21 hours. I think they were doing 21 hours of meditation, 20 hours of meditation a day.
Anyone?
Yeah. Don't say sadhu, 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 because I don't agree that that's really a healthy practice, except for really, really accomplished practitioners. But these were like kids who come off the streets of San Francisco. They've been doing drugs, wild sex, rock parties. Now they've come into the monastery, and the master is asking them to meditate like 18, 20 hours a day. I think only one survived as a monk.
Grateful to be here. Well, that's him.
Actually, I think he came a little bit later. Yeah. He was not there during that period.
We're very grateful just to be here with Bhikkhu Bodhi as well. It's an honor.
Wow. Can we have a round of applause for our beautiful, so lovely to see the siblinghood of all the monastics over the past 2 days. It's very touching, very, very heartwarming. Okay, so next we have up our second panel of the day. Yes, we'll also have, if the venerables from just before will come back to the stage, actually, we have gifts to give you all. Thank you so much. So honored to be here with you all. And beautiful commitments that everyone made. How cool is it to see everyone raise their hands and commit in the moment together? Love to see it. Okay, so next up we will have a panel. We have In the World or Of the World, Renunciation and Engagement with Venerable Changxi, Venerable Clear Grace, Venerable Satima, and Venerable Vada. If you will please come make your way to the stage. Venerable Changxi comes from Taiwan and is currently studying with Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi. She is undertaking the enormous task of translating Bhikkhu Bodhi's 2023 masterpiece called Noble Truths, Noble Path into Chinese. And Venerable Vada, who is also our moderator this afternoon, is a fully ordained monastic in the Theravada tradition with a special interest in the early Buddhist texts. He was ordained at Empty Cloud Monastery and has helped establish Metta Monastery in southern Italy, where he often resides. And we have Venerable Clear Grace, who we introduced yesterday, but I will also share a few more words again for the new people who are here today. Venerable Clear Grace Dayananda is a Black queer Buddhist monk, author, and the spiritual director of Sangha House Nola in New Orleans. Initially ordained in 2018 under Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh, she received higher ordination in 2020 under Bhante U Panadipatero and Mahateri Dr. Panavati Karuna, holding a unique multi-lineage inheritance across Theravada, Zen, and Vajrayana traditions. For her innovative, engaged ministry through her nonprofit Traveling Monk, she received the 2024 Outstanding Woman in Buddhism Award. And Venerable Satima is a Theravada bhikkhuni whose spiritual journey began in her mid-30s under meditation teacher Tara Brach. We love to recognize you. Well, let's give it up for everyone today, regardless. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome everyone in person and online. And because we recently had just the recent interruption there, just so you know, we did convince Venerable Satima to be here today as a special guest, so almost lost her. So okay, so yes, my name is Venerable Vanda, as I was introduced as, and I'm going to be moderating the conversation with the Venerables here. Thank you, Venerables. And I'll also be doing a little bit of speaking, but we'll see how that is. And so our topic is on monastic practice as well as lay practice and relating to engaging with the world, social activism, social interaction as practitioners versus what we sometimes call personal practice. And we've heard some wonderful talks and panel discussions so far where some of the teachers and speakers have talked a little bit about that dichotomy and how it might not be the most useful at all times. But because us monastics, in Buddhism, we have many, many lists and we can be very pedantic. And sometimes we make all kinds of nitty-gritty distinctions. And so sometimes it's helpful for the sake of the conversation to clarify what we mean so that we keep it a little bit simple. And so I thought for all of our benefit, when we talk about personal practice, we mean things like studying on our own, meditating on our own. We mean things like taking the precepts for ourselves privately and doing chanting and so on. And when we talk about social practice, social engagement, we mean things like helping the community with service, counseling, offering pujas and rituals and ceremonies, and doing activism or spreading the word about certain messages and so on. So just to be clear about what we're talking about, this is kind of the topic. And so I thought maybe in the beginning it would be useful if we heard a brief introduction from all of the Venerables here. Just briefly, the most common question in Buddhism after, if there's no self, what gets reborn? Or I should say before that one. So if anyone's ever had that question. Well, the most common question in Buddhism, why did you become a monk? So we won't torture the Venerables here with that one, but we'll ask something like this, and that is, if each of the Venerables could talk a little bit in brief about your personal practice and journey in the monastic life in terms of these two, in terms of how have you practiced a more socially engaged practice? What kinds of activities and services have you done that have been more oriented towards service? And what practices have you done that have been more oriented towards the individual, isolated, more reclusive or personal practice? Just to get a bit of a background on each of our speakers. And you can always, please feel free to mention any brief reflections or thoughts on how those have been meaningful or enriching to your practice. So maybe Venerable Chanxi, would you be willing to start us off?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Venerable. I just realized that I've chosen the wrong seat. It will start from me. Okay, right. For my personal practice, no, actually I will start from my social service. I've been having the chance to stay in a monastery where I can give a Dhamma talk every week to a group of lay people. And originally they simply just came to the monastery. But it actually is a forest hermitage, and it was dedicated to retreat. So it was originally a retreat center in a very beautiful place in Taiwan, and it is a forest. It is a pine forest. So the setting is very ideal for doing meditation. And during COVID, there were 4 years shutting down of this place. So when I had a chance to go back to Taiwan, I was very fortunate to find the owner of this place, and then I got in touch, and very luckily I stayed in this place, and they had a very good group of lay supporters who come simply just to tidy the place because it's a pine forest. There are so many pine needles to clean up, and not to mention that there are so many typhoons in Taiwan. Okay, so originally these people do not have any belief in Buddhism. So after 4 years of shutting down, they all of a sudden find a monastic coming to live in this place, and I started giving them Dhamma talks every week, and just gradually I help them to cultivate faith in doing dana and contributing what they can to support a monastery and listening to the Dhamma talk. Gradually, they feel that they are benefiting from the Buddha Dharma, and they would then share what they have learned with their children. So they would film the Dhamma talks, and they would then post on the line group among their families. I remember the very first story I shared with these lay people is the story of Princess, I can only say it in Chinese, Shanguang, Princess Shanguang Gongzhu, who is the princess of King Pasenadi. And the king once was very proud and keep telling this princess, look at how fortunate you are, because I'm the king, I'm your father, and that is why you can enjoy all these good things. And Princess Shanguang had very good correct views. She kept telling her father that, no, it is because of my punya. So that is the very, very first right view that I shared with these lay people. And from that story, it kind of got them really interested in what they do to support the monastery. It's not just, they come to do the work and then they go off to climb mountain and do exercise, because these people are over 70s. So at first, they just consider this as a physical exercise. They didn't see any merit in doing it. And then gradually, I just little by little shared with them the significance of doing these things with a pure mind and not calculating how much I have done. Because some people may think, oh, every time I come over, I'm doing so much physical work. But some other people, they arrive late because there is a gathering, there is a tea break afterwards. Some people might arrive late and they do not bring anything to share with other people. And I always bring things to share with other people. And I always put so much effort into this chores. So gradually I shared with them, it is the purity of our mind. When we are doing all this work, if we from the beginning or beforehand, in the middle of doing it, and afterwards, we always bear a very pure mind, then this punya, this karma is a good karma throughout. And when it turns to vipaka, when it ripens, then your enjoyment of this good karma, this vipaka will be completely good. And there is actually also a very good incident that helps me to give them a counter example, which is one of the lay first people, she got treated by a company to a trip, and it's all very first class package. But as soon as she got on the plane, she started to bleed, and her physical condition was completely just in a very worse state. She couldn't enjoy the trip at all until the end of the trip. And I told her that, when something that good happens, being treated free of charge to a first class package trip is obviously a good karma to, fructified, right? But then the fact that you cannot enjoy it at all is because when you did the good deed sometime in the past, there was some kind of perhaps impure, unwholesome heart consciousness involved. And if it is that severe that you cannot enjoy it completely, then that would have been a very, bad, unwholesome heart involved. And that example has given the whole group a very good instance to learn by. So every time they go out, they would then know that, okay, now we are going out on a trip, and if the weather is good, that means our good karma is taking fruit. And then when it was raining, they would say to each other, "Oh, the Dhamma teacher has said that it's because our bad karma is fructifying." So that is what I do in terms of service to the community. Yeah.
Thank you, Venerable. And Venerable, for your grace, we invite you to share some of your experience in this range as well.
How do I practice? Gratitude for the precepts that hold space, and also for the practice of the Dhamma Viharas, the immeasurable practice that includes this loving kindness for all beings. And I always like to stop right there, because in each of our consciousness, there's a place where all beings includes someone different or separate or other. And so the inclusion of all beings, and as beautifully Bhante shared this morning about the precepts and these complexities, it's important to have moral ethics. I also want to bring attention to sacred action. I also check my phone daily for the news when I share with community, and practice with my community in such a way that we are responding to the ways of the world. So if we have practice scheduled at 6 p.m., something in our community is happening, we move our Dharma practice outwardly, outside of the temple, into community, to share what that looks like. What's coming to mind is that at the beginning of last year, our state in Louisiana had taken up state-sanctioned killing. And so the response in the Buddhist community was to show up against the act of killing, understanding that taking the life of one is not conducive to one who has taken life. And as a Sangha, we sat on the lawn of Angola, which is an old plantation in Louisiana, and named after a country in Africa. It is the #1 incarcerated system in the world. And so
or the fading away of that self and of that craving of not being caught in the sensual pleasures of the world, being able to move in the world but not of the world. So one of the ways we practice is just by looking at what is happening in our current world in front of us, what is present, what is rising, what is subsiding, the allure and the drawback to that. Having understood, and not by intellect alone, but that which comes through our meditation practice, the wretchedness and the drawback of acting from a place of not understanding or having a direct experience of those ethics. Thank you for letting me share.
And Venerable Satima, in terms of your personal practice, with practicing more individually and more socially engaged, can you share some as well?
Yeah, I was thinking as the Venerables were talking about how when I was a layperson, I started my training at the Bhavana Society with Bhante Gunaratana. I think it was around 2012 or so. And I had the great good fortune of meeting a lot of really wonderful Sri Lankan people. And it's not terribly long after I started going to Bhavana and learning how, according to the traditional Buddhist countrymen, how to serve and the Sangha and how to chant the kathas. I had the opportunity to spend about 6 months in Sri Lanka, where I was able to, it was really beautiful, visit all the holy sites and live like a native Sri Lankan person in the small villages, Sitiyamalua, Mata, Gunagaha, Kuyapitiya, and other wonderful places. And one of the things I learned was the importance of sharing merit with not only people who are struggling with physical illnesses, currently living, but people who are recently departed, parents and relatives. So I learned those chants, and they became, I think, very deeply steeped in my practice, so that I'm still doing those chants, like not every day, but almost every day. When I wake up in the morning, my good friends and community at Purana Vihara in Port Townsend recently for my birthday, which is today, by the way.
Happy birthday!
So they bought me a little water pouring kit, because in the morning when I wake up, I do a little water pouring ceremony, and it involves chanting the kata Idam me nati nang ho tu sukita hom tu nyateo. Idam me nati nang ho tu sukita hom tu nyateo. And then I share the merit with the devas. Etavataja anyehi sampadam punya sampadam. Sabbe deva anumodantu, sabbe bhuta anumodantu, sabbe satta anumodantu, sabbe sampati siddhya. And then all the deities in the space, akasata jibumata, deva nagavedika. Punyantang anumoditva, chirangrakam to sasana. May you long protect the sasana. Chirangrakam to desanam. May you protect the teachings of the Buddha. Chirangrakam to mantaram. May you protect me, and I add Chirangrakam to Shravakam, all the people who are practicing the Dhamma. So I do this little ceremony while I'm doing the water pouring. And I guess I just use my imagination that the merit is sort of streaming out across, the universe, and whatever merit I've made through being a practitioner of the Dhamma, and, keeping virtue and meditating. I just share it.
Thank you, Venerable. And for those of you who know the very first teaching of the Buddha, the Dhammacakka Sutta, you also know the Buddhist traditional happy birthday song, Jati pi dukkha. So that means rebirth is suffering. So happy birthday to Venerable Satima. And great, thank you, everyone.
Question, Venerable Madam. Can you share what your personal practice is?
Yeah, in terms of my practice, so I have done some charika. For those of you who know, I think Venerable Clear Grace has talked a bit about that in the Walk for Peace talk, but I've done some wandering with other senior monastics to me, where we walk through the countryside, mostly of Italy, going alms round in the different villages. And I was telling Bante the other day a story where walking through the countryside with Bante Sudaso, my preceptor, and we're just walking through this rural town, no Buddhists in the area that we know of. And we're walking up this hill, and it's been a long day, and all of a sudden this man comes out of his home, and he says in Italian, "I'm so happy that you're doing this." And he invited us into his home with his wife, and they invited us to some coffee. We spoke a little bit, and there's so many interactions like that we have. I remember meeting also a man who was a truck driver, and he visited home very rarely, only maybe once a month or so. And he invited us to his home, and he invited us to a meal that his wife generously cooked for us and prepared for us. And he invited us to a house dana, and that's happened many times where we're doing a practice which is actually for ourselves, you could say. We're walking from town to town, living off of the generosity of what people give us, sleeping in the woods or maybe on the floor of a church. And we're doing this to practice austerity, to develop meditation, to develop humility and simplicity. But it actually touches so many people's hearts. And of course, living in a traditional monastery, you also see that balance. And I think that this, to develop the topic more in the conversation, there's a relatively well-known sutta that some of you may have heard, and that's the simile of the acrobats found in the Samyutta Nikaya, the collective discourses, where the Buddha tells the monks a teaching, and he says, once upon a time, there were two acrobats, and they're going to perform a street performance with poles and a very dangerous show in order to collect alms, money. And the teacher tells his student, he says, okay, while we're doing this trick, in order to keep ourselves safe, you watch out for me, and I'll watch out for you. And in this way, we'll both make sure that we don't fall down. And we'll both return safe and collect our money. And the student, she tells her teacher, she says, no, I will watch out for me, and you will watch out for yourself. And in this way, the two of us together will be safe, we'll come down, and we'll collect our money. And the Buddha said she was right. Because the Buddha says, he then tells the monks, he says, when we practice for ourselves, we benefit others. And when we benefit others, we also practice for ourselves. It makes it mutual. And so I think it would be interesting also to explore this topic of how does practicing for ourselves benefit others? And then we can also look at how practicing for others benefits ourselves. And I think sometimes, especially in a secular, relatively more secular setting that we have now, sometimes the question can come up, right? Is it even healthy to become a monastic, right? Shouldn't we get a relationship? Shouldn't we get a job and have some, friends, go for a beer every now and then or something? And the question can come up, spending time alone, practicing alone, is that healthy? Right? It's like the pilgrim who goes, he hears there's a very holy monk on a mountain, and he walks many, many hours up the mountain to speak with this monk. He finally gets up there and he sees no one has been up there for years. There's no sign of anyone but this one monk all alone. And he says, wow, you're practicing all alone up here. If I was all alone, I would surely go mad. How do you do it? How do you stay sane? And the monk says, I would surely go mad too if I was alone. Do you hear that, Charlie? So the point is that sometimes we wonder, is it even healthy to be all alone, practice alone? So maybe one of the venerables you could share, is it actually a good idea to practice on retreat, to practice alone? And how does that, not only is it a good idea, but how does practicing for ourselves, Venerable Satyama talked about sharing merit, which I think is a very good answer to that. But maybe adding on, does anyone have any recollection sharing about how practicing for ourselves is healthy, and also how does it benefit others besides benefiting ourselves? Anyone who'd like to pick up the question?
I'll start this time, so you're not always the culprit. I'm reminded of a teaching where someone wanted to go off and practice alone, and the Buddha is reported to have advised the monk, how does one practice without a partner? because you can actually physically be alone, but have craving as a partner. Or you can be in a village temple with many activities and actually be practicing alone when craving is not a partner, when craving is not obsessing the mind. But I'm reminded of the sutta that actually sort of answered that conundrum for me, and that's it's a teaching in Majjhima Nikaya number 82, called the Ratapala Sutta, where there's this young man who was the son of a head clansman of a town called Tulakotika. And he heard the teachings of the Buddha, and he right away he wanted to ordain. He knew he wanted to become a monk. And he went to the Buddha and said, can I ordain with you? And the Buddha says, well, do you have your parents' permission? And he didn't, of course. So he went to request his parents' permission, and they said, well, no, because you're our only son, and if you leave us, then we won't essentially have someone to pass down, the lineage to. So he asked the second and the third time, and they said no. So he determined to sit down in the middle of the floor and determined not to eat until they gave permission, and he didn't. So they called in his friends to sort of talk him out of it, and it didn't work. He was determined. He wanted to ordain because he saw something. He knew something about the nature of this world that possessed his mind. And his friends essentially gave up and told his parents, like, look, either you let him ordain or he's going to die right here on the floor. But at least if you let him ordain, you can get to see him later. But if he dies, then, through not eating, then you won't see him anymore. So he did. They did, and he ordained, and of course, in the typical stock phrase of the passages, soon after he became one of the perfected ones. But what was really touching to me was the verse that he recited. And I remember, I think I read this verse when I was still a lay person, and I hadn't yet decided to ordain. But there is something about the power of the verses of Ratapala that made me take the 8 precepts. I think it was influential on some level to keep the importance of the renunciate life, the idea of letting go of sense pleasures. So I pulled it up, and in my few minutes, I just like to read you these 3 verses, or these few verses, if it's all right. They're extremely, extremely worth putting on the website. I see rich humans in the world who, because of delusion, give not the wealth they've earned. Greedily they hoard their riches, yearning for ever more sensual pleasures. A king who conquered the earth by force, ruling the land from sea to sea, unsatisfied with the near shore of the ocean, would still yearn for the further shore. Not just the king, but others too, reach death not rid of craving. They leave the body still wanting, for in this world sensual pleasures never satisfy. Relatives lament, their hair disheveled, saying, ah, alas, they're not immortal. They take out the body wrapped in a shroud, heap up a pyre and burn it there. It's poked with stakes while being burnt in just a single cloth, all wealth gone. Relatives, friends, and companions can't help you when you're dying. Heirs take your riches while beings fare on according to their deeds. Riches don't follow you when you die, nor do children, wife, wealth, nor kingdom. Longevity isn't gained by riches, nor does wealth banish old age. For the attentive say this life is short, it's perishable and not eternal. The rich and the poor feel its touch. The fool and the attentive one feel it too. But the fool lies stricken by their own folly, while the attentive one does not tremble at the touch. Therefore, wisdom's much better than wealth, since by wisdom you reach consummation in this life. But if because of delusion you don't reach consummation, you will do evil deeds in life after life. One who enters a womb and the world beyond will transmigrate from one life to the next, while someone of little wisdom, placing faith in them, also enters a womb and the world beyond. As a bandit caught in a window is punished for his own bad deeds, so after departing in the world beyond, people are punished for their own bad deeds. Sensual pleasures are diverse, sweet, delightful. Appearing in disguise, they disturb the mind. Seeing danger in sensual stimulations, I went forth, O king. As fruits fall from a tree, so the sons of Manu fall, young and old, when the body breaks up. Seeing this too, I went forth, O king. It's a sure bet that the ascetic life is better.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
That's my short answer.
Well, is anyone else interested in picking this one up?
Yeah, okay. Whether one should practice on one's own and whether it will benefit other people. For me, this question probably depends on one's disposition and also different phase of one's practice. I believe that the answer probably will change because one's disposition can change, and also the conditions of one's one's condition can change too. So I remember in my initial stage of renunciation, of course, I studied in a Buddhist institute, and that was always studying and practicing in a community. But then gradually, because I come from an academic background, I really prefer to be able to focus on something, like, for example, translation. And that actually requires quite a lot of quiet time to myself. And if it gets interrupted so much by communal activities, basically your energy is just so thinly spread, you can't do much. Even if you just look after yourself, it requires quite a lot of energy already. But then, it also has to do with one's disposition and one's physique as well. So for me at this stage, I really prefer to be able to stay in a quiet place where I can schedule my own day and then focus on something. Sometimes I may need to stay up late because, when your mind is really setting on something important, you really want to get something sorted out at that particular time. Or maybe I'm preparing for, like recently, I was preparing for some teaching courses in the Cloud Monastery. And, just for that particular thing, I need to spend a few nights just after midnight, even after midnight, I need to get that thing sorted before I can carry on until to the next day. So for that kind of lifestyle, it is really essential for me to be able to stay in a quiet place on my own. That is not to say that practice among a community is not good. it entirely depends on the changing condition or the disposition and the physique of that particular practitioner. What I think the key is that as long as the production will benefit people, that is the key, I believe. Just like, the other part of what I do to serve the community is by translating our Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi's work. Because I was once told that Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi has such a wonderful collection of translation from Pali into English. Why isn't there any work of his translated into Chinese to serve the vast number of Chinese readers who probably wouldn't be able to read it if nothing is translated? So that is my aim, to make it available to the vast number of Chinese readers across the world. Think of the vast number of Chinese readers in mainland China, in Taiwan, in Singapore, and also so many Chinese descendants in the US and Australia and all over the world. They can benefit from it, but it requires me to have a really quiet place to do it properly, and to do it, with the conscientiousness that I would like to dedicate to the work. That is very important. So for me, I believe that as long as your intention is to serve the community and the result can serve the community well, then practice on one's own is good.
Thank you, Venerable. And I think for our last question, we'll ask Venerable Clear Grace to answer. I think on this topic, I'll just briefly add before moving to that section. I think also on this topic, picking up from that and what Venerable Satima shared, that as monastics, we have this opportunity to be alone, right? Like you're saying, the ability to be alone and focus on our practice and the benefits of the monastic life that Venerable Ratapala mentions there. So it gives us this ability to be an island of peace for others. And I think that the ability to have someone whose job is just to be peaceful in the world. And we have a story of the Buddha, and the Buddha was very compassionate, of course, but one of the suttas that's very touching in a kind of interesting way, I think, is when many people came to see the Buddha, and the Buddha's attendant at the time was named Nagita, Venerable Nagita. He said, "Oh, there are so many people to see you, Bhante." And the Buddha said, "May I never become famous, Nagita. May I never become famous." And he said, it's something very touching. Of course, the Buddha did not succeed in his aspiration. But I think that the ability to be alone so that we can be peaceful and focus on projects that benefit people is something that's really special. And so on moving though over to the other side, I do want to hear from Venerable Clear Grace about the other aspect of things, the other aspect of the acrobats, where the Buddha says that by helping others, we help ourselves. And so I wonder, Venerable, do you have any reflections on how do we personally benefit from doing work that helps others more immediately, more directly? Some of the work that you shared or other experiences you've had, how does that internally develop your spiritual practice when you focus on someone else?
Certainly generosity and expanding the vastness of our hearts, but I think most importantly is engaging in perhaps a shared karma. And so when we are working for ourselves, we are working for others as well. As Bhante, you shared earlier about the practice of gossiping. So having an opportunity to reflect and contemplate in seclusion allows us an opportunity to sort of hold back, or to have that pause, to not want to engage in maybe sort of an unwholesome action with others. And also just reflecting on the beautiful gems that you shared, Satima, of the Buddha, and looking at the root of this empty tree over there. There's really not much to be shared after that mic drop and the gems that the Buddha shares. So it's very important to be able to come back and sit and look at that and filter through what might be happening in the mind. And when we're in community, it also gives rise to that which can or has arisen. So it's sort of those chopsticks rubbing up against each other. If we're doing it too much in seclusion, we don't have that opportunity. I also like to say alone together. It's one of my most important things when I'm close to community, because often we want to share that with everyone, and it's not to be shared. It's for us to do the work and to look internally, as the causes and conditions have come from within. And so I do often just like to share that practice as alone, but together. And that's it. Thank you.
May I also share something about helping others? By helping others, we help ourselves. I actually learned so much just by giving Dhamma talks to the lay group that come to our monastery. Because, being a monastic, I lead a very simple life. And, the lay people, they have their household life, they have their problems between husband and wife, between children and parents. I have one of them having a grandson with ADHD that causes an enormous amount of trouble to both the parents, the grandparents, and then the school. The teacher would actually label the kid as someone that everybody should avoid. But with that, and also, those the lay disciples, they would come and tell me, oh, what happened this morning? We had such conflict. We had a quarrel. So they would kind of report to the venerable the bad things. They would speak ill of their partners in front of the venerable, and wishing the venerable to stand on their side and then criticize their other half. So from these things, I actually learned a lot, because I need to help them to solve the problem that I never experienced myself. So I would then learn in every way possible. I checked with AI how I should actually. Yeah, that's actually a very useful way. Trust me, it really is very useful. I learned so much as a result, and I go into the brain neuroscience to really try and help them to understand why this kid, or why indeed anyone else, would have this kind of repetitive, unwholesome behavior. Why is someone always so concerned about their own welfare, being neglected? Why are they so concerned about, not being included in a group? Why are they always speaking ill of other people? Why are they always trying to satisfy their own needs? Well, these people may look really unappealing to us and really unreasonable, but when we really look into the brain neuroscience, we know that their amygdala, the 杏仁核, is really in a hyperactive mode. So whenever they amygdala function is a salience detector. Salience means prominence. Anything prominent appears in front of them, the amygdala would sound the siren. So getting the brain to react. So, for example, most of the time, if I see that my benefit or my welfare is not looked after, why is someone getting praised and I'm not? Then this amygdala will get triggered. The siren will ring. And then this person may manifest some kind of behavior, wanting to get recognition. Hey, look at me, what I'm doing. So this actually is the cause from the brain neuroscience perspective. And then for a person with a normal mindset, the other system may be more active. That is the prefrontal cortex. Prefrontal cortex function is to be able to see to get the panoramic view, to judge what is true, what is good for the general benefit. And it will seek the truth. It wouldn't just seek what is beneficial to me. So for someone who looks more rational most of the time, that is because the prefrontal cortex is more at work. So we give the prefrontal cortex a name that is the wise manager. And amygdala is always trying to protect oneself. So if we see someone always manifesting that kind of behavior, we understand, because scientifically that is the supporting condition for that child for that person who always look unwholesome to us. When we understand this, we then can see the supporting condition. We go to the dependent origination. We wouldn't just dislike this person simply because he or she is constantly manifesting this behavior. We understand, just like we cannot tell our knee not to stop being painful, we cannot tell our toothache to stop, neither can this person tell his amygdala to immediately stop being so hyperactive. It is inside the brain. So we accept that this is the condition, supporting condition behind this person's behavior. We then can generate our loving kindness, our forgiveness to this person. He can't help it. So what can we do to help this person? We help them by creating conditions for the person's amygdala to stay calmer, gradually getting it not to be so hyperactive. So, the reason why I go into all this brain neuroscience, and then gradually I understand myself better. So that's how I feel that by helping others, I also help myself. There is actually also a very interesting aspect of the brain. The brain actually has two networks. One is called default mode network. The other is task positive network. The task positive network is what we as meditation practitioners would like to cultivate, because you are focusing on the task at hand, which is usually our mindfulness at this present moment, our aramana, our kamatana, our meditation subject at the present moment. But then the default mode network is when our mind starts to wander off to the past. We worry about, why is that person giving that look to me? Why is that person ignoring me this morning? Why did he or she say that to me? So you constantly replay that phrase, that sentence, and replay that memory. It may have happened 20 years ago, but you can never let go of that memory. That is our mind entering into that default mode network and planning about the future, worried about the future as well. It doesn't mean that amygdala or default mode network is not good, because Buddhism talks about middle way. They both serve their functions. If amygdala is not at work, then we will not run when a tiger is coming after us. So it does serve its function. If the default mode network doesn't function, then we will never be able to reflect on our inappropriate behavior in the past or plan for the future. But what we don't want is always, not focusing on the present moment and fall into the default mode network. So whenever I practice, whenever I fall into that kind of default mode network, I would then remind myself. So this brain neuroscience is like a crutch. It makes everything so tangible, so easily understandable to us modern day practitioners. That is how I find that, by helping others, I'm forced to learn in order to guide them. And also there is one principle that I really abide by it. That is, if I only share with the lay people what I can do myself. And that by default would elevate my own expectation of my own practice. So that is, I think, in Chinese we say 教学相长. We learn by teaching other people. Yeah, so that's
Thank you, Venerable. Great. Okay, so we have a little bit of time to close, so maybe we can open it up to a few questions. I just wanted to say before that we've heard from the monastics yesterday and today 2 quotes from the Buddha. I believe it was Bhante Nanda the other day quoted the Buddha telling the monks, "Go out, not one of you don't go in the same direction, and go spread the Dhamma." And then I believe it was Venerable Clear Grace today a reference to quote where the Buddha says, "Here are these roots of trees, monks. Don't be negligent. Go meditate." So is the Buddha, what is he telling us to do? Can we sit under a tree and walk in all the directions at the same time? Well, I hope that today you heard a little bit from the monastics here, and it's at least sparked a little bit of your own reflection on how these two different aspects of the practice, going into the world to spread Dhamma to others, how that's not necessarily in contradiction with the Buddha's instructions to meditate on our own, and how these two can benefit and mutually support one another, and also how they can enrich certain aspects that are not necessarily reached at in a single side of the practice. So I hope that that's been stimulating and relevant to all of you. And thank you to all the venerables. And at this point, maybe if there are any questions before we run out of time, we might have time to address some of those.
Time for one question.
I have one. It's said to be a supreme blessing to associate with the wise, and it's said to be a condition for stream entry to meet and listen to the true person or the wise one who's realized something. So isn't it our self-practice so that we will not be the fool that hurts people who associate with us, and so that we will be the wise person who will be the benefit for those who associate with us?
It was a question, right, Venerable? That was a question. Yes. Maybe Venerable Satyama, Venerable Figures. Okay, maybe I could say something on that. I think if I understood the question, thank you, Venerable. I do think, I would say that it seems to me like you've touched on the teaching of the Buddha and the acrobats that we mentioned, right? Whereby practicing for ourselves in order to come to know the Buddha's teachings internally in our own hearts, like Venerable Chamsi mentioned. Not expecting others something that's maybe not realistic, and ideally having realized that to the best of our ability, that we actually benefit others. And so by practicing internally to realize the Dhamma, then we become wise. And maybe you mentioned also the teaching that we find in the Mangala Sutta, which we chanted, where the Buddha says, "Asevanata balanang," not to associate with fools. And I remember hearing from one of the monks, he said that when he first heard that teaching, he thought, wow, that's so cruel of the Buddha. How are we to call people fools and say we shouldn't hang out with fools? And then he discovered the internet. And so, but of course the question is then, what if we're the fools? And then other people associating with us, we're the fools that they're not supposed to be associating with. And so I think that reminder there, and that question that we can reflect on inside is, are we a fool, right? If we think, okay, that person's a fool, I won't hang out with them. That person's a fool, I won't hang out with them. But we don't realize that we're the fools. Then actually we aren't hanging out with the people that we should be. As the Buddha says in the Dhammapada, right? The fool is like a spoon inside of a pot of soup. It sits in the soup, but never tastes the flavor. So maybe that's maybe relevant? I don't know, do we have time for another question? No? Okay. So thank you, Venerables, for your sharing, and thank you everyone for your attention. And
thank you so much, Venerable. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And we have speaker gifts for all of you, just to say thank you for and our small token of appreciation. And maybe while that's happening, I think for this Metta Convention certainly exhibits what we've been talking about as well. In this time, we've been sharing, we've been doing practice together, listening to Dhamma talks, sharing the Dhamma, practicing meditation, being in community together, and also acts of service as well to make this all happen. So thank you so much for all your wise sharings, and I think that that really exemplifies what the Metta Convention is all about. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to take a short break, so 30-minute tea break, and then we'll invite you to make your way directly to your chosen breakout groups. So a bit like what we did yesterday, the breakout sessions, they are online, and also in person, of course, as well. So for breakout sessions, we will post the groups and the locations on a whiteboard outside the main door. So you can have a look at that in the tea break. For those who are joining us online, we do have Bhante Sudaso. Yes, again, and Ayasoma to join us to do the Q&A. Oh, this is just Ayasoma today, is it? Oh, okay. Yesterday, Bhante Sudaso did the session. So I think it's Ayasoma today. Right. Oh, okay. They're going to toss a coin, it seems. So anyway, for those who are joining us online, if you have any questions, then please join that session. It's a very great session. I know yesterday when I popped into it, we had some great discussions there as well. So then we also have some short reminders. There will be a bell that will signal the end of the session, and we'll invite you to return back here at 4 o'clock, and we will have a panel discussion at the end. So in terms of reminders, don't go into the monastery, please, if you are not a monastic or a volunteer with a shirt on. And there are toilets outside that you can use. And of course, we have the tea breaks as well. Oh, Vanessa, hi. Did you want to say something?
No, go ahead. Okay. I think we have it here. Please, while you are enjoying your tea, if you also want to take a look at the empty cloud stall that we have to the back of the tent, there's a lot of really interesting information about us, as well as the opportunity to give dana. Again, the entire event has been provided to you free of charge. So this is just a beautiful opportunity to engage in generosity, the reciprocity of receiving teachings, and being able to supply whatever is most comfortable for you from your heart. For context, we are actually repairing our building. Our quite almost a century-old building has been infested with mold. So we are in the process of our mold remediation. So if you would like our monastics to not have mold poisoning in their bodies and to keep them in nice tip-top shape, we please ask that. Yeah, please take a look and give whatever is most comfortable for you from your heart.
Thank you. That sense of urgency, you know, some vega to not just practice, but also if you can make some donations so that they can fix the mold problem, so they can breathe easier, meditate better, and share the Dhamma. So thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Okay, so now we'll invite the Venerable Sangha to the main hall. The dining hall will have the refreshments for you all, and then to the main hall for your rest and tea enjoyment. For the lay friends, please make your way to the Dana tent, and there are some tea and refreshments for you as well. Thank you all so much, and we will have a great time in your breakout sessions, and see you back here at 4 o'clock.
else is coming.
So we are out.
Oh, right. Okay.
I can do a brief intro. Are we unmuted?
No, we unmuted.
Unmuted. All right. Hello, friends. We have Venerable Changzai here with us. Changxi here, who is going to be doing the Q&A session. So if you have any questions, feel free to pop it into the chat.
Do you want to kick off some Q&A, Tina?
Okay, just gonna check in with the people online. Just want to check that you are available and you can hear us. If you could just pop a hello into the chat, and we know that you are a live audience ready for this session.
So anyone, any questions?
Yes, thank you so much for your
Hello.
hellos. We are
Yeah.
receiving them. Thank you.
So anyone who has heard the Dhamma talk just now, the panel just now, you're more than welcome to ask any questions. Anything about the brain neuroscience that I was just talking about. Most people who have heard the Dhamma talk that I gave in the Bodhi Monastery, they were very interested in learning more about it.
Sorry, is this still chapel? Not quite. So we'll show you the chapel as well. Sometimes Venerable, it takes some time for people to type out the questions. So maybe I'll start off if it's okay. I found it really, really interesting. And I found it interesting because what you were trying to do was firstly understand their problems, right? And they're very common problems. You know, common problems about daily life, about the way that their families are, that they are. And sometimes it's in a situation where they are asking you questions, and like what you were saying, it's almost like they just want you to be on their side, right? Yes. And I bet they weren't expecting your answers, which comes from researching on neuroscience, asking ChatGPT, and all of that. So firstly, the question is, what was their response to what you said? Especially it wasn't something that they expected, and for you to come and give them that kind of answer, and how was that response for them and their benefit as well?
Okay, I can just give you an example of what a couple told me.
Okay.
Well, one morning, a husband told me that his wife was cleaning both bathrooms in the very morning. So he was in a hurry and he had nowhere to go. So he was quite upset. So he told his wife, "Why are you cleaning both bathrooms at the same time? It's like obstructing. It's not respecting my needs, etc." So his wife said, "Well, next time you go and cleaning the bathrooms yourself then." So he is saying that he was asking me whether his wife was emotionally blackmailing him. And emotional blackmail was a topic that I spent quite some time, about maybe 1 month, talking to them, because there are so many examples of emotional blackmail and also moral coercion. Yes, it happens just so very often, but we just hear the terms, but we don't really go into great detail of deciphering or identifying all those instances of what exactly we are doing and other people are doing that qualifies the definition of emotional blackmail and the moral coercion. So I actually went into a great detail telling them about those very usual and daily examples of these two terms. So, well, obviously they have learned it. They come back to say to me, "Well, is my wife emotionally blackmailing me?" And I said, "Well, according to the definition, maybe just a little bit of it, but she isn't really doing it in a bad way." Because the thing about emotional blackmail and the moral coercion is about manipulating the other side, trying to guilt tripping them, and get them to do things for them or get them to cooperate with their own way. So, well, if according to the definition of emotional blackmailing. The wife is saying that, well, next time you do it yourself. I'm gonna quit. I'm not doing this. So that's kind of employing or making him fear that next time I'll have to do it myself. So I'd better cooperate with you. It's at your convenience. You do it whatever way you like. So he was upset. And then I turned around and say that, however, if we, from a Buddhist point of view, we actually could, maybe you are not wrong because you want to use the bathroom and it's such a basic need. You want to use the bathroom, and she's not wrong either because she is doing the hard work and she wants to do it efficiently because there is just some complications. You have to scrub things and then you have to dilute the detergent and it's smelly. She wants to get the job done as quickly as possible. So she, at her own convenience, she wants to get the things done. So, she's not at wrong either. Neither is he at wrong. But then, why is he? I mean, the reason why she would say such things to him is because he starts from his own stance, his own perspective, his own benefit. Hey, look, you are not looking after my benefit, and you are doing this inconvenience, something that inconveniences me. So, but neither is she wrong. So what I told him, or what I communicate to the whole group is using this as an example. What if we start from the really loving kindness perspective? We start from appreciating the other person. And then, we appreciate your hard work. You are doing, they are over 70s. Yes. You are doing all the scrubbing and then you are, putting up with the bad smell of the detergent and you're doing all that work. Why don't I start from praising you, appreciating your hard work, and then say, well, my dear, sweetheart. Okay, they're 70s. They probably wouldn't say sweetheart. My dear. Oh, you never know. Perhaps this lunchtime or this dinner, I will treat you to a nice meal outside. You don't have to cook because you're doing all this hard work already. Yeah, starting from that, from appreciating the other person. Instead of just voicing your anger, your frustration, not being able to. If you are doing that, you are simply guarding against your own welfare, isn't it? Yes. You're not seeing that the other person is actually putting so much effort into making this household work. Yes. So starting from that, appreciating the other person, and then we go for the so-called non-violent communication. Yes, could I ask you about that? Yes, because the normal non-violent communication starts from observation. You can observe something very objectively. That's right. But then, if you can start from appreciating the other party, the other person, then you actually wouldn't put the other person on guard. Because even if you observe something objectively, it's our nature. Because we have sakkayaditthi, we have our self-view. As soon as someone says something that's pointing out you're wrong, your mistake, you are gonna feel defensive. I'm not in the wrong. Look at how when we are entangled in a quarrel, we are always finding the fault of the other person. Hardly can we find anyone to say that, oh, look, what have I done wrong? What have I, we are always putting the magnifying glass over the other person's fault rather than on our own. Yes. So if we start by appreciating the other person's effort, or appreciating what the current situation, or just simply knowing that just finding something that is praiseworthy and something that we can be grateful for. You know what? In the practice of metta bhavana, the practice of loving kindness, the very proximate cause, which is the in Pali terms is padatthana. The proximate cause is seeing the admirable qualities of your object, of your aramana. Yeah, if you can see the admirable qualities of the other, of your object, then you wouldn't have that aversion. You wouldn't have that ill will, that wish to harm, to say something that will harm the other person. So that is a practice of loving kindness in itself, starting from appreciating find what is good in the other person, and then you can start observing. Oh, perhaps in the past I've always noticed that you always do both bathrooms at the same time, and perhaps one day I might wake up really dizzy, and then I'm over 70s, I might be really dizzy and not looking at my way properly, and then I might fall over, and what if I get paralysis? So these are very practical things, and by letting the other person know our own need in a very objective way, rather than accusing them. Why are you always doing this? Why are you doing this again? Inconvenience me. Then by communicating your need, so well, maybe in the morning I always go at this such and such time, and maybe next time when you want to do it, you let me know in advance. Perhaps I can adjust the time I get up, or just adjust the daily schedule. And you can avoid all these complications, and then still maintain a very friendly, very loving relationship with the other person. And you don't just do it as a strategy; you do it out of true appreciation for the other person.
Oh, that's so
that
lovely.
way you always and then you voice your request, you make a suggestion. How about next time you do it in such and such way, and we make both people happy? Maybe I will come and help you as well. So if every single instance is done with this kind of skill, it's not a skill to it's not a strategy as such. It is out of your genuine wish to maintain a very harmonious relationship. So
wonderful. Thank you so much, Venerable. So for those who are joining us online, and for the friends here in person as well, if you're going to ask any questions to Venerable, you may not get the usual response, which is fantastic. That's what we want. We want the Dhamma response. So Venerable touched on the next question, which is how can we have fruitful practice at home as a lay Dhamma follower?
Fruitful practice. I think when we listen to Dhamma talks, we really need to think very carefully how we are going to relate our daily life, how we are going to translate that Dhamma, that doctrine into our daily practice. So, for example, recently I was talking about Metta Sutta. And in the Metta Sutta, there are 14 karaniyas, and the 15th one is akaraniya. Karaniya means what is all to be done. That means the virtue to be cultivated. And the 15th one, the akaraniya, is what is not to be done. And when we listen to all these explanations, I mean, Dhamma talks given on the Metta Sutta itself, it must be readily available when you find such talks on YouTube. So when we really think about it, and we need to really try to put that into practice in our daily life. For example, the very first one is sakko. Sakko means capable. Capable of what? Well, that is, I would really recommend that now AI is so readily available. You can actually get to see the commentaries. The commentaries will tell us that being sakko is someone who is not afraid of doing all kinds of tasks, whether it is high or low, whether it's glamorous or unglamorous. Being sakko is also one who is, so persevering and not getting tired of practicing. There is one very interesting analogy, very interesting example. For the policeman to train, or even just to select a search and guide dog, search and rescue dog. The instructor has to, for example, throw a frisbee at a dog, and then then get the dog to retrieve it. Okay, maybe he gets a reward. And then the second time he does it again. The third time, okay, the 10th time, the 20th time, the 50th time, the 100 times, and then 200, 1,000 times, maybe 2,000 times. Then if a dog can so perseveringly, so consistently go and retrieve the frisbee without showing any fatigue, any frustration, and any annoyance. That is a dog with the quality of being a suckle. So for us to practice the Dhamma, we need to have that kind of perseverance. We do not get tired of, being, showing this virtue just once. We need to consistently practice it. And by doing so, we will gradually cultivate a whole rounded, a whole, a perfect virtue. We shouldn't be just satisfied with one instance of it. We need to make sure that the more we cultivate it, the better we practice that virtue. Yeah. So that actually leads us to the next two virtues. One is uju, and the next one is suju. Uju means uprightness, and suju means perfectly upright. Okay, what does it mean by perfectly upright? That means you are not satisfied with just one instance of being upright. Being upright means you are not deceptive to yourself. You are not deceptive to other people. You are consistent in your words and actions. That's external manifestation. That's suju. But then in order to be, that's uju, okay? But in order to be suju, you need to make sure that your intention, your mentality of manifesting this external verbal and bodily behavior is also pure. So you are not only manifesting external uprightness, you also make sure that your intention is upright as well, is pure. That is suju. And also you need to make sure once you can achieve this one time, then you make sure for the rest of your life, you keep on going like this. Now there is a very good verse in verse 3a of the Metta Sutta. It says, Nachakudama charakinchi yenavinu pare upawadeyum. Do not do even the slightest thing that the wise would reprove. So when you are cultivating suju, okay, one instance of uju may be fine, but then from time to time, we might feel slightly complacent. Okay, I'm doing so good already. Now and again, if I slip, I do something not so ideal, it is forgivable. We may be slacking that way, but being someone who is suju, when we are practicing our virtues more and more, you will gradually find that you are stricter and stricter to yourself. You will be more and more disciplined. Why? I often draw an analogy. It's like a white piece of cloth, or a piece of cloth. For a normal person, for someone who is only just starting practicing, it may be a piece of cloth that is actually quite dark because you are full of defilements. We are only just starting to practice. But then when we are really trying hard to practice, this piece of cloth, it's like we keep cleansing this piece of cloth. It will become whiter and whiter. The taints, the defilements will be gradually removed. Yeah. So at that time, you will feel that you will be more sensitive in catching what wrongs we have done, and you will gradually correct yourself. So you will then avoid doing even the slightest wrong that the wise would reprove. And in fact, eventually, because you keep on practicing, wisdom will arise in you very naturally, really very naturally. Even if you are practicing on your own, you will have the wisdom to judge what is right and what is wrong. So that wise person can even gradually become you yourself. So you can be your own judge, you can be your own critic, and you wouldn't allow yourself to do even the slightest wrong. So you will gradually become suju. And in fact, we really haven't got all the time to finish all the 14 virtues. And the other day you were asking, Can someone elaborate on the importance of sila in the practice of on the path? And the sila is extremely important because sila, samadhi, and panya. Without samadhi, without sila, there is no ground for samadhi. Without samadhi, there is no ground for panya. And without panya, there is no possibility of nibbana, for the final liberation. So that is actually when we go into the details of studying these 14 Karaniyas. These 14 are just representative ones. You can actually find others in the Mangala Sutta. Yeah. So it's there's just so much interesting things to be found in the studying of commentary. So just like what I said, now AI is very AI translation is easily available. So if anyone is interested, I really do encourage everyone to study Pali. To begin with, the beginner's Pali is fine. With a little bit of ability, you read the commentary, you gradually, get to learn the whole very rich meaning inside the sutta. Okay, so what are the questions?
I think this is the one that you just did, right?
Yeah, fruitful practice at home.
Okay, so the next question we have here is...
As a poet, okay. I
appreciate your translation work. Do you have advice on how to manage...
To arrange time and habits at different hours of the day to support self-emptying and support...
For better listening.
Listening of what?
I think just being able to listen to others and comprehend any teachings or advice.
How to arrange time and habits at different hours of the day. What I do is whenever I'm not translating, I would be very self-disciplined and be mindful of that present moment. And that's the habit. You said arrange time and habits of different hours of the day. But because translation, normally after I finish my breakfast, because of my personal condition, I have to lie down because I have a heart problem. Just so I don't get palpitation. And then when I lie down, have a rest for maybe 20 minutes, then I can start doing the translation, and that will take me all the way up to the lunchtime. And when I finish lunch, then I would then again take a break, and then in the afternoon I just carry on with the translation. Mm-hmm. So I think we will have to schedule for the day because no one can. I think the key word is be self-disciplined and be really, really determined to do what you want to do. And then you fit your daily schedule according to that goal. Now, there is a very first verse in the Metta Sutta. It is Karaniya Metta Kusalena. Atta Kusalena means one who is skilled in the beneficial. You need to first of all identify what is beneficial, what is the most beneficial. Atta, benefit, and kusalena, kusalo means someone who is skilled. Okay, skilled in what is beneficial. Now in the mundane world, people may identify making a great fortune is the beneficial thing. Now for us who are interested in practice in order to gain the final liberation, we may identify the so-called Santampadang, which is the latter part of this first verse. Santampadang is that state of peace, that means Nibbana. So once you have identified what is truly beneficial for you, stick with the goal and work everything round in order to attain that goal. No one can answer for you because only you know your own personal needs, your own physical condition, your own daily schedule, what is required of you, your own job, and other things. So the thing is, whenever I tend to, I started with this habit of kind of, in Chinese we say 分秒必争. That means you get hold of, or you cherish every moment that is in your hand. Okay, 争 is like 争取, 争 is like getting a grasp of. So you cherish every little single moment. Now, a lot of time, just now I was talking about your mind may wander into the so-called default mode network. Whenever, now I do, because I'm not an Aryan yet, I'm not a saint, a holy person yet. If our mind ever wanders into useless papancha, mind making and I making, that default mode network, I would immediately recognize that. Okay, now so that is why these brain neuroscience terms are so useful for us. If it is a Dhamma term, oh, I've entered into papancha, it just somehow, is slightly further to us. If we have a neuroscientific term, brain neuroscientific term, it just seems so relatable because we are modern day people. Oh, my mind has entered into this mode. So immediately I will drag myself back to what I'm supposed to do. Okay, I'm being mindful of my breath. So that is how I practice using the. Now, of course, you can also dedicate a separate period of time to do your own personal practice on meditation as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
thank you so much, Venerable. So next we have.
And can I just say something? This person who says that he or she is a poet. I love writing poetry too, but writing poetry, it can be very emotionally engaging. I have found that as a practitioner, if it is too emotionally engaging, it may just unless you are writing those poetries that are like Dhammapada, the kind of Dharma related poems. If it is too emotionally engaging, it may actually divert our practice. It may distract us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true.
But I do cherish creativity. I do cherish when the inspirations are overwhelmingly like showering me. I would spend time churning them out, commit them to words. It's very important. I really cherish creativity, but then I wouldn't allow myself to keep being dragged into that kind of mode. That is definitely default mode network. A lot of mind making, because it's about your emotions. So be rational. Let your prefrontal cortex do those rational work for you. Okay?
Sadhu. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's great advice. So we have another question from the same person, Sal Wilson. Listening to language, sound, and meaning, could you please also speak about your translation practice? Thank you so much, with respect.
Listen to language, sound, and meaning. What does that mean, listening to language, sound, and meaning?
Maybe they're talking about
translation practice.
Yeah, it's in relation to translating. Whatever.
I'm not sure I understand this. I can speak about my translation, but what does translation practice mean? You mean translation practice? Well, in translation, in what I've been doing the translation, because I have got an academic training, I have a very high expectation of being accurate. But at the same time, with the poetic and literary background, because my academic background was on literature. So with that, and I'm interested in both English and Chinese literature. So I have very high expectation of the precise word, not only precision, but also the aesthetics of the words that I choose. I want the Dharma to be conveyed using the most enduring, not only enduring, but also aesthetically beautifully conveyed words. Not beautiful in the kind of flourishing way, not in a like flamboyant way, but in a solemn, dignified way, so that it stays with people. It can endure even after 100, 200 years and onwards. Like, you know, in Chinese, the translation from ancient China, those texts are still available to us, but it's not like the Nikayas. They are they are the agamas. They are from different traditions. Yeah. So I aim for both the faithfulness and also the beauty of the language to align with the dignity, the solemnity of the Dhamma, and that is how I approach the translation project. And of course, I would also, I mean, the reason why we do translation is to share the Dhamma with other people. I always bear in mind that how do I make it readily understandable to people? So I would add in a lot of footnotes provided by Bhikkhu Li, because his footnotes are so revealing and so detailed. For his 2023 work, there are 86 suttas, but only 93, I think, 93 footnotes. So obviously, one sutta probably gets just one or slightly less than 2 footnotes. But for that masterpiece, it's from Samyutta Nikaya. It's the highest level of doctrines. Obviously, if one wants to understand those suttas, one needs to have more information than those just 2, maybe less than 2 footnotes per sutta. So I went back to his, I go back to his 2000 complete anthology of all the nearly 3,000 suttas from Samyutta Nikaya. I just fetch all his footnotes in detail, each and every one of them. I make sure that I translate them into Chinese and then reinsert that into this 2023 work. So for the Chinese readers, it will be really convenient for them to have everything ready for them. And if I encounter any term that I think Chinese readers might benefit from knowing more, then I would do some research and then insert those footnotes as well. So, you know, just the footnotes, I have 5 tiers of footnotes. The first tier is the original footnotes done by Bhikkhu Bodhi. That is 93 footnotes for these 86 suttas. That's the first tier of footnotes. The second tier is the footnotes I get from the whole anthology. So the 2000 publication, the whole anthology. And then the third tier is my own footnotes. Me as a translator, why do I might want to provide some information to the Chinese readers, what this particular term means. That is my own supplement of information. And then I might also want to explain why I choose this term, because the ancient, there is the Chinese, there is the Savastivadin Agamas. You know, the Samyutta Agama, it is the Savastivadin version. And the Nikayas are the Pali, the Pali version. So there are different ways of translating a particular term. So I would then provide them with the Pali definition from maybe Digital Pali Dictionary and other authoritative dictionaries. And well, just 5 tiers of footnotes in total, so that for readers who simply just want to have a glance of what the suttas are about, they can actually ignore all these complicated, academically minded footnotes. But for those who really would like to study these suttas in detail, who are doing it for academic work, they could by all means, benefit from all these very carefully put together. These footnotes, they are very carefully put together. Yeah.
Wow, so incredible. Thank you so much, Carol. It's so inspiring.
It takes so much time. Yeah. And the thing is, in the beginning, I didn't go back to the Pali original. I simply was translating from Bhikkhu Bodhi's English into Chinese. But then this coming from my experience of learning English as a second language, I know it wouldn't be enough. So I later on just pushed myself to study Pali. And once I get back to, trace everything back to Pali, I not only make sure that I have done every single word I have translated every single word of Pali, and also making sure that sometimes if Bhikkhu Bodhi is choosing a term that will resonate more with the English speakers, but in fact, if I translate that, it might not be, people would immediately understand that what these Pali terms mean in English. But if I translate that into Chinese, it will be off because we don't have that cultural resonance. So I need to then go back to the Pali original term to make sure that my translation is understandable by Chinese readers. And then I'm also aware that some people may have bilingual background, and they might want to compare my translation with Bhikkhu Bodhi's English translation and the Pali original. So I have to put a footnote to explain Bhikkhu Bodhi's original translation is such and such, and the reason why I'm not following why my translation looks off is because of such and such reason. So I do everything in such a great detail. It sometimes is it's just to be conscientious, and because this work may be read by people 100 or 200 years later. So I just feel that it's my responsibility to make sure that everything is transparent. Yeah, and if I do choose some terms, I would explain why this is considered suitable. Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
I have read in textbooks that after the Buddha passed away, this is so many years ago.
Yeah.
Chinese, before it came to Sri Lanka, Burma, Chinese people picked up on Buddhism. And they studied, they went to India, learned Pali, and they did some, not textbook, like maybe there's some scripts and all that. And you then have to go to back the very early on Buddhism written by Chinese. Yeah. So that you have some idea of what were the original documents. Like before you start translating, there was some activity in translating to Chinese from Pali back in the thousands and thousands of years ago.
From Pali, I'm not sure. I think most of them, at least so far, I think most of the originals are unknown or unidentified to the in the Mahayana system, which is the Chinese suttas. That is why I value my master values and promotes the studying of Pali, because everything is just so readily available in Pali, in the commentaries and in the sub-commentaries. If you study Pali, that you can trace everything back to the Pali. You wouldn't be because every translation is an interpretation of the original. And if the original word, let's say the simplest one, Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa, okay, the blessed one, Bhagawa, it has other meanings other than the blessed one. And Arahant has 5 meanings, and the only meaning that we put on that single sentence of when we chant is only the worthy one. So without knowing the Pali itself, your understanding of Namo Tassa Bhagavato only stays with that piece of translation, unless you go further into reading, studying Buddhanusati. Yeah. So I think that actually it is very worthwhile studying Pali if you really want to get a fuller grasp and more accurate grasp of the doctrines. Yeah, and once you begin, you will be amazed at the kind of gold mine that you have found, and it will just be a motivation naturally pushing you forward and trying to dig more and more. You'll feel really mesmerized and really excited about the gold mine that you have found. You will just naturally want to move forward and dig deeper and deeper. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Venerable. I think we have the next Taiwanese version of Bhikkhu Bodhi here next to us. It's incredible, very incredible. Your work, it's very inspiring.
It's the passion that I have of sharing good things that I've found really beneficial to myself, because I once took, the reason why I wanted to undertake this translation is because I took a course on the Samyukta Agama when I was doing my studies in the Buddhist Institute. And at that time, I was a beginner learning about Buddhism. And also it was just, every Samyukta has so many suttas, and they can be really repetitive. And basically I was totally lost. And then there was a second chance. I studied, this is Samyukta Nikaya rather than Agama, so it's the different versions. But then at the again I was lost again. So when I saw this 2023 interview of Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi done by Wisdom Publication, I was totally really excited to see there is such a gem of the Dhamma. And had I known back then, I would have been able to actually let me remind everybody, the title of this 2023 masterpiece is Noble Truth, Noble Path, the essence of the Buddha's, the heart essence of the Buddha's original teachings. Yeah, so the heart essence, you think of that Samyukta Nikaya consists of nearly 3,000 suttas. Bhikkhu Bodhi has only selected the most essential ones of 86 suttas. So by reading these 86 suttas, you may spend 1 year or maybe half a year, if you, depending on your speed and how much depth you want to go into. You can get an overview of the heart essence of the Buddha's original teaching. So think of how excited I was, and that is what motivated me to want to do this translation and share with the vast number of the Chinese speakers in the world. Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. Sadhu.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sure there will be many Chinese people looking forward to reading your full translations. It's really incredible.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so next we have from Gita. In Theravada teachings, there were many lay followers who attend to Sotapanna. How can we in today's society also reach this goal in our path?
Sorry, can I just have because I haven't got the many lay followers who attend to Sotapanna, this first stream intro.
The first, yes.
Attend to. What does that mean?
I think the question is basically back in the day of the Buddha's time, there were many lay followers who were able to become a stream enter.
Okay.
So
there were.
Asking,
okay, I see.
How can we
also
reach this goal today for a lay?
I see. Okay.
Practitioner?
Okay. Now I've always these are their successful examples, and I have always told the lay people, if we see successful examples of other people, we can aspire to their success. But then if we practice and we don't have that enlightenment straight away, even just Sotapanna, not fully enlightened, we don't have that straight away, that means our paramita is not enough. If we think that, because a lot of my lay followers would say that, oh, because they're such and such teacher has certified many of his followers to be Sotapanna, stream enterer, second fruit, third fruit, or even arahants. That must mean his teaching is really good. And so they all want to follow this teacher. Now I tell them, it's just like, in Taiwan, we have to pass an entrance exam in order to get to a high school or then university. And then there are always, in a school, there are always classes that are taught by the best teachers, the best group of teachers, and the best, there is also a main teacher who leads this group. So every parent wants to send their kids to this best school because they want them to pass the entrance exam and go into a good high school, senior high school, and then university. But then let us ask ourselves, are all the students who go into that class able to really get a very good grades and pass that entrance exam and then go to the best senior high school and best universities? Not necessarily. Just by being taught by a certain so-called very extremely good teacher or the best method in the world doesn't mean that it's not a guarantee. You think that it's a shortcut because you have seen so many people succeeding in that path, on that path. That doesn't necessarily work for us. Why? Well, let's say a person who is not really prepared to enter into that best class. If he is put into that class, he's gonna suffer a lot because he can't catch up with the rest of people. Only those who are the best, the most prepared ones, who have been maybe, well cultivated by their parents from the very young age, when they enter into that class, would they be able to achieve what is supposed to be achieved by giving them the best teachers? So what looks like a shortcut is not really a shortcut. It's a shortcut the immediate or the readily visible success is borne out by their previous hard work. So if our supporting conditions are not there, and we cannot attain Sotapanna that readily, then we need to recognize that is because we haven't done enough work in our past lives. So what do? Do we get frustrated? Do we get annoyed? Remember the example that we just shared about that dog, which is a suckle. We do not waver our attitude. We do not waver our energy. We just simply do whatever task is at hand, whatever task is necessary when we are pursuing this path, whether it is glamorous tasks or whether it's simply just, the commentary says, even if it is just mending your robes, mending your bowls. Okay, these are just representative examples. You think of all those unglamorous tasks, like in a monastery. What we do is to cultivate our patience. Now think of sila, samadhi, and panya. Without immeasurable patience, you cannot achieve in samadhi, because samadhi requires 1,000 times, 2,000 times, maybe years and years. That's like millions of times practice, focusing on your aramana, on your object, on your meditation subject, and unwavering, always like that dog, retrieving the frisbee without showing frustration. So we will still feel energetic and driven even when we don't have immediate success. So some people may feel that they want to give up on samadhi because samadhi takes so much time to cultivate, and they would want to go straight away to the practice of vipassana. They think kanika samadhi is enough to cultivate vipassana, but no, because vipassana, if you want to observe or contemplate on the phenomena, the Dhamma, to practice vipassana, that kind of Dhamma is constantly rising and ceasing so fast that an untrained mind without the proper samadhi will not be able to focus on for a long time. So your mind would just be so easily distracted. You wouldn't be able to really get anywhere. So do not take shortcuts. I always say, be really down to earth. If you feel that your sila is not enough, cultivate it. Be really, really faithful and confident in what the Buddha has taught us. Without all those patience, all those virtues, simply just the good wishes to want to have other people or other sentient beings to live in happiness, not generating vira, which is hostility or ill will towards other people, not wishing to harm other people. All these good virtues, these wholesome consciousness, these wholesome chittas and cetasikas, the mental factors, will help you. And then there is a very, very important cettasika, which is wilderness. Among the 19 universal cetasikas, if people have studied Abhidharma, this wilderness of the mental factor of wilderness is the mental factor that gets your heart to listen to whatever you wanted to do. What does it mean? When we wanted to concentrate on our aramana, like anapanasati, for example, you don't get distracted. You will constantly stay where it should be. So this wilderness is very important. And so it's just one example, but all these wholesome cetasikas, all these things born out of good virtue are very important. So don't try to skip. Now, the other day I watched Venerable Nick, I forgot his name. He said that just simply participating in a retreat might not be enough. That's the gist of his message. He said a monastic life is actually an all-rounded experience of being a practitioner, because it doesn't just, because people can go into a retreat not wanting to do chores. They simply just want to sit on the cushion and then do the so-called glamorous task. But in fact, if your mind hasn't been trained by doing all those unglamorous tasks, you wouldn't have the patience. You would get bored. You would get tired and frustrated when you don't have immediate success. So that is all very necessary. Training of the sila, cultivating of the sila.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Venerable. So we have some hellos from people online. Thank you for your time and kind compassion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you, everybody.
Lots of appreciation. Folks joining from Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yesterday, you avoid even a minor white lie. Yeah, that's right. How about a white lie to protect good friend from emotional hurt from her useless gossip?
So it's from Namki.
Yeah. A lie is a lie. When we really want to observe, really want to refrain from telling lies, we will gradually cultivate wisdom to get around it. So you need to find a way to we really need to think hard. Maybe we can be restrained from telling as much. That is not telling lies. Not telling the whole thing is not necessarily telling lies. Okay, so instead of telling a white lie, you can just be restrained in what you reveal, because your intention is not to get the other person hurt. Yeah, that is what I have learned, and I find it is just the way to practice this, not telling even white lies, because that is still a lie.
Okay, thank you. And from Saul Wilson, we have wonderful. I love the Buddha's poems. It is emotionally invading. Thank you for understanding this. My making is happening. I'm trying to constrain the impulse to write about myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't dwell too much on ourselves. When we practice more, you will find, really genuinely so, you will find that this ego will become smaller and smaller. You will not be so concerned about yourself. You will actually have a greater love for other people, and more, you can think more from their own stance. You won't be, just like what I said about amygdala, you won't constantly be trying to seek attention, seek other people's, crave for other people's recognition, other people's praises, and protect your own benefit and welfare. You will instead be, having your prefrontal cortex doing more of its job as a wise manager. And that is very true. Actually, people have done, I think MIT has done a research scanning people's brain, people who meditate more, long-term meditators, their prefrontal cortex is more, is more active than their amygdala. And people who are really good meditation practitioners, they would find that actually before they start their session of entering jhana, they will find that they have to drag their attention from where the central part near amygdala is. So science actually aligns with what the Buddha has taught us. Yeah. So but we as modern day practitioners, we would resonate quite naturally with these scientific terms. It help us to know. They would actually, the meditators, they found that whenever their concentration arises, they are in one-pointedness, in samadhi. It is the prefrontal cortex part that is active. Yeah, it is. Yes. So by practicing more, you will naturally reduce the I making, my making.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Venerable.
And the other thing, actually, it just occurred to me, when we have cultivated more of the virtues, and also I think loving kindness is really a great practice, you will even be able to really forgive those who have given you trauma, who have harmed us. It is really achievable, and you will find that it is not really that difficult, because your loving kindness would be greater than the harm that they have done you, because they are among the people whom you consider worthy of your blessings. They are likewise, like us, they are also human beings who wish to live happily. If they have done us misdeeds, if they have done wrong to us, that is just their conditions, supporting conditions at that time. Maybe their amygdala was triggered like mad. Maybe we had bad karma with them, we have bad connections with them. Maybe we wronged them in the past lives. With more understanding of dependent origination, well, why are we in such great relationships with some people, and why are we in such bad relationships with others? Because there's got to be reasons And if we understand that there must be supporting conditions for those to happen, then we immediately can forgive, or not even to take offense. Now, there is one very interesting comparison that I've made. I didn't have time to talk about that in the Bodhi monastery. Let's say for a puthujjana, an ordinary person who sees someone who has given him trauma showing up, and for a non-returner or an arahant who sees the same person turning up. In fact, both of these three people, amygdala would be triggered. But for a puthujjana, immediately it will go into the hyperactive state, and it will get its prefrontal cortex to plan, to think of how I can attack that person, and then how I can be self-defensive, how I can keep myself safe. So he would then have that kind of aversion towards this person turning up. But then for a arahant or a non-returner, because they have both eradicated hatred or aversion, they would simply, their amygdala still is triggered. Oh, this person has harmed me before. Then what does it do? It doesn't go into the hyperactive mode. It simply sounds the siren. But then their prefrontal cortex is strong enough to maintain the calm and simply see this is a matter from mind and matter showing in front of me. This person has previously caused harm to me, and in fact, even that me doesn't, and there is no me. They wouldn't understand because they have eradicated Sakaya Ditti, and also as for the non-returners, they will have eradicated the five lower fetters, and so for the arahant, he would know that this is simply a mind and matter showing in front of me, and there is no mind, no I, no I or mind to defend. So it wouldn't just go by what amygdala tells him to do. The prefrontal cortex will be in charge and do the right thing. So that is the difference. In fact, it wouldn't forget, because he hasn't got dementia, it wouldn't forget that this person has caused harm. But because there is no I, no mind, there is nothing to defend, nothing to be to feel aversion towards. Yeah, so that's how we aspire. So whenever we, even when we haven't reached arahantship, we can still use this as a very good model. When someone that we find, difficult, turning up in front of us, we can tell ourselves there is no I, no mind, no I to defend, no mind to defend. So tell ourselves that no need to go into that papancha, go into that default mode network, and concentrate on what I need to do. Okay, you might need to take some precaution. You might need to simply just to avoid and not getting engaged in any kind of negative emotion. It is not being silly that you don't. It's not like you all of a sudden forgotten what happened in the past, but that harm wouldn't affect you, and it wouldn't mislead you to become defensive, because there is no one to defend. There is no I, no mine. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Venerable. So it looks like we have a little bit less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll try to get through these
Yeah.
questions pretty briefly. So Danza says, Venerable, do you know any particular teachings of the Buddha found helpful for intellectual work of service to Dhamma and pedagogy?
Pedagogy. That means teaching methods.
Bodhijnangas Idipadas?
Bodhijanga.
Bojangas?
Yeah, Bojangas. Bojangas. The seven Bojangas and
Idipadas.
Idipada. Particular teaching of the Buddha.
So what in the
Work
Bojangas
of
and
service to Dhamma and pedagogy. Oh, you mean the pedagogy of Bojangas and Idipada? Any particular teaching? Intellectual work of service. I don't quite understand the question. Can we move on to the next one? We can return to that later.
Okay. So Danza, say one wanted to learn language to communicate across cultures and learn and share Dhamma.
That is a very good thing. Yeah, I myself am doing pretty much the same thing because obviously English isn't my first language, so I sometimes I find it I still struggle to find the right words or struggle to understand things, as you have seen. I think that's a very good motivation to share the Dharma. You mean you want some advice in doing that? To share the Dharma, I would say that it is very important to be at I would say to do it conscientiously. You need to be at an advanced level before you share the Dharma. You need to be both very good at the Dharma itself and also be very good at communicating the Dharma. Otherwise, because I'm a translator, I'm very meticulous in terms of accuracy. And if we do get things wrong, actually it's bad karma. So, translators or Dhamma talk givers, they actually, if they say things wrong and mislead other people, there are actually bad karma. So, while we have good intention to share the Dharma, we need to make sure that our understanding of it is, first of all, correct. And then the language we use to convey the Dharma is accurate enough. Now, for example, when we are teaching the 4 elements, the 4 elements, one of them, like water, the water elements is actually quite difficult to convey or even to be perceived, because the commentary tells us that you can't really perceive that. So it has to be, those things, especially in terms of the meditation procedures, the descriptions have to be extremely accurate. Otherwise, you get things wrong. Also, for example, for the earth element, the fine and the coarse. That's because I'm now giving you the right term. But for example, in the if the Dhamma talk is given by a Chinese speaker and it has to be translated into English, if your language ability is limited, then you might just find the wrong words. And these poor Westerners, when they are listening to the Dhamma talk given by a Chinese speaker, and if English is conveyed wrong, they would, it would just be a waste of time for them to sit on the cushion for so long and then practicing the wrong thing, because simply the term was given, the wrong term was given. So, to really do this conscientiously, I think one should be patient and really down to earth again. Do not take shortcuts unless you are well prepared. Try to refrain from doing that before one is ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Okay.
It looks like we're out of time.
Okay.
So thank you everyone for the questions that you've asked. Thank you, Venerable, for the wonderful, inspiring responses. It's very
Thank you, everybody.
fortunate to hear your insight, your wisdom. It's so inspiring
Thank
to
you
the
so
world,
much.
everyone who's joining here.
Thank you.
And we're sorry for the questions that we couldn't get to tonight, this afternoon. But we appreciate all the kind sadhus and respects from everyone that's here. So, yes. See here from Chintana. It's
When
very
can
kind
we
of
find
you.
a copy of my Chinese translation? I'm still in the first round of proofreading. Yeah, I will try and I still expect 2 more rounds of proofreading. I need to be accurate, and I do it really with a lot of conscientiousness. So be patient, but I intend to make it for free distribution, and so that a larger number of people can benefit from it in either Buddhist Institute or just lay group. Yeah. So.
Okay, then. Well, that wraps the program.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Yeah. And may all of us cultivate loving kindness and metta, karuna, mudita, and upekkha through our life, and then eventually culminating in nibbana. Okay.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.